Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, here with my co-host, Morty. Welcome back to the party. I am your host, the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, I took Wednesday off, but I am back with a big show for you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Want to shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back, even though you missed the live party. Don't worry, you will still have an amazing time. Just make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe button so you never miss another Indian Jesus party ever again. Also want to say a big thank you to my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. All right. What is good? We got Harley in the building already. What is good? So yes, we took a little time off. Wanted to make sure I am on the top of my game for you guys. That the timing worked in my favor. Because I've been wanting to, we talked about election stuff, the 2024 election stuff relatively recently, but there hasn't really been any news. There hasn't really been much besides the fact that Trump got arrested. But in terms of election news, election discussion, that kind of stuff, I've been waiting for that to start. So, yes, we talk a lot about PBD, but don't worry. We have Dave Rubin and Rudy Giuliani both on the panel and mainly discussing why Giuliani is on the side of Trump and Rubin is on the side of DeSantis. But really quick, I got a huge favor to ask you guys. I know you guys who are here live, I know you are already, but especially the replay gang. Please, guys, over half of you who are watching are not subscribed. It is so quick. Please hit that subscribe button. It helps the video so much. So before we dive in, the beginning of the video is a little bit quiet. So I'm going to do is move the microphone to about here, and then you can adjust the volume of your own video, and then they fix it very quickly. Let's party!
Happened this week in New York. Some people from the MAGA crowd are saying this is they're using the justice system to weaponize and go against the candidate to eliminate him. That's some people that are part of the MAGA camp that are saying
talking
this.
about Trump.
Some on the Republican side are saying this is a full-blown distraction because they want to make sure that President Trump beats out DeSantis because he's going to win in the primaries, but they don't think he can win in the general election going up against Biden or whoever else may be. And then there's people on the left that are saying, no, this man is a criminal. This is the right thing to do. We have to go after him.
Before he goes to Giuliani about that, I think it is ridiculous to think that there is enough competence in the either party. There's enough competence to be able to say, okay, we're going to push this through to that Donald Trump wins, so then we can put our guy in that's going to beat him. Donald Trump is their boogeyman. I don't think they have the balls, frankly, to do anything to help Trump because they don't have anybody to put up against him. So, I mean, it makes sense in a general, let's say in a vacuum. That would be generally something that you could use in political, strategy. But I don't think that would work at all. Let's see what Giuliani,
what do you have to say about that?
Well, I don't know that we can figure out all of the motivations of a group of people that starting in about 2015, 2016, decided they were going to destroy Donald Trump. So this is like chapter 6 or 7 in the same book, which is let's frame Donald Trump. Let's get rid of him any way we can. It began with Russian collusion. Remember that? That was like 3 or 4 years. So we've concluded Russian collusion about as clearly as we can. And it's real simple. He was telling the truth and they were lying. Not only were they lying, they spent well over $1 million to frame him, which means to try to put him in jail for something he didn't do. I was involved in his 2016 campaign as much as anyone. I was with him almost night and day for about 5 months. I knew from the beginning that the Russian collusion charge was completely fictitious.
Just kidding.
I didn't know the rest of it, that Hillary paid for it, that it was made up in the Ukraine. The guy who wrote the Steele dossier hadn't been in the Soviet Union for 17 years. I mean, it was a ridiculous thing. But just think about it. All these people were involved in framing him to stop him. When that didn't work, they tried to execute him, a coup, right? Get him out of office.
Oh, I thought he said execute him. I'm like, did I miss that? Was there an assassination attempt on Trump?
And then we had the phony Ukraine story. And then we had the suppression of the hard drive. I was the one who got the hard drive from John Mac Isaacs as the last person. I'm the only person who would take it.
I hope they go into this more. Like I always tell you guys, I go through this stuff pretty quickly just to make sure we got some substance here, but I don't remember, the exact talking points. And the fact that Giuliani is the one who was physically in possession of the Hunter Biden laptop, I really, really hope they go through and just talk about how that played out. Because it's just crazy. That's such a big story. I mean, you hear that everywhere. It's such a big story would be suppressed at such an important time. But from his perspective, where did it get messed up is what I'm curious about.
He offered it to 2 or 3 Republican senators, to the FBI. The FBI buried it for a year and a half.
Why would you go to the FBI? Why would you go to the FBI? They're not. They're not going to do anything to take down Biden.
And we went through the January 6th insurrection, the only insurrection ever attempted without a single firearm, without any plans to take over the government, without any plans beforehand to do it, but they still call it an insurrection. And nobody prosecuted for insurrection. Nobody even charged with insurrection.
No one even charged. Just saying.
And they spent about $70 million on the investigation, and they're imprisoning people endlessly for basic trespass at worst. There probably were more FBI agents involved than MAGA people inside the Capitol. If you ever get a chance to see the 40,000 hours of tape that they are suppressing. So this is just
40,000 hours
to destroy him with completely phony allegations. I don't know how well calculated it is, whether they want him to be the candidate. They don't want him to be. They want to destroy him. Anyway, if they can destroy him now, they'll destroy him now. If they can keep him out of the, I really don't think they particularly want him in the election for this reason. No matter how they calculate it, there's only one way he can become president. He's got.
Already, Harley Rose taking the spot of the sponsor. And of course, every single super chat comes with a treat for Morty. Say thank you to Harley. And then, right behind to steal the sponsor spot before I could even change the banner. Guys, thank you so much. Dan Jensen, welcome to the party. Morty, yep, you're looking, another one. Thank you so much. Welcome to the party. Yes, he is definitely smiling now. Thank you, guys.
Got to get the Republican nomination. So if you can deprive him of the Republican nomination, you can stop him from being president. They got to be smart enough to know you can't calculate who you can beat and who you can't beat. So if they help him to get nominated, their worst nightmare could occur. Mm-hmm. The only way they can prevent their worst nightmare is to stop them, which is what they really want to do. Any Democrat that actually thinks, well, I want to nominate him is a fool. How many times? I mean, Jimmy Carter wanted to run against Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan beat him in a landslide. And Hillary wanted to run against Donald Trump.
Thank you again, Dan right? And Harley.
So I don't buy that one. I do.
So the fact that Giuliani is saying exactly the same thing that I just said kind of makes a lot of sense. That to think that you could orchestrate things that well, not to say that the Democratic Party can't orchestrate things well, but that is a big ask.
By the fact that they want to stop him whenever and however they can.
So you don't think it's that strategic to want to eliminate DeSantis as a candidate, because on some polls it shows better when DeSantis goes against Biden that he can beat him, but Trump against Biden he can't. That's what a lot of polls are saying.
I don't think maybe it eventually will be that as we get closer to the election.
Hey, we got Misanthropic Altruist in the building. Welcome, brother. We are going through the live podcast with Rudy Giuliani and Dave Rubin debating Trump or DeSantis. And it's really the first conversation that I've really seen getting into, all right, it's election season. What are we thinking? What are we doing? Welcome to the party, brother.
It's too early to know who can beat whom.
Well, no, we brought you here to tell us we want to know now. We're greedy. We don't want to wait. Dave, what do you have to say about this?
Well, first off,
okay. So it seems like they just fixed the volume. So take a second. This is where we're going to be now. And then I'll give you a second. All right. Actually, let's answer some comments here. Harley says they'll go after Trump that hard, but not Big Pharma. Sounds disingenuous. Well, they definitely would do that. I'm not saying that they wouldn't do that. I'm saying I don't think they can do that. I don't think they have the enough, as much influence as they do have. I don't think they have enough influence to be able to put Trump forward so that they could beat him. Just helping him at all is the antithesis of everything Democrat at this point in history. So, I mean, far be it from the Democrats to be disingenuous. But I think they would. I just don't think they can.
Regretting the amount of tequila I drank backstage. I didn't realize there were actually going to be people here, so this changes everything.
Salud.
I don't have my tequila now. Yeah.
What do you guys think of Dave Rubin? There's a lot of people who have a lot of different feelings about Dave Rubin. And as somebody who kind of was not following him, but on a similar timeline, being a classical liberal and then that no longer meaning anything and then being forced into this binary, ironically, that you're either on the left or you're anti-left, Republican, right-wing, whatever. He kind of leaned into that a little bit earlier than I did. And it seems like a lot of people felt it just disingenuous. And yeah, Misanthropic says, meh. I don't think he has too much to offer in terms of his own thoughts, but I think he is a good host. I think he is good at fostering conversation. So, like when he was on tour with Jordan Peterson, I watched some of those clips of their events, and I think they did really they did well. But of course, Jordan Peterson was the star there. So yeah, I mean that pretty much sums it up. He's kind of lost relevance. And I think some of the criticisms that he was like, I think he was the original. I didn't leave the left left me. I think he was the first guy to really be, I don't know if he coined the phrase, but he's really the first one to popularize that. And I think a lot of people saw it as disingenuous and saw it as him trying to grift and all that stuff. Being a gay dude, it was very obvious that he, would have been by default on the left. And so people were questioning it. But I never thought he was that bad. I just kind of meh. But with Rudy Giuliani and PBD to push him.
Well, look, on the part, are they trying to get Trump, and is this all about the election? The answer obviously is yes. I should also say that I like Trump. I've interviewed Trump. I voted for Trump. I was living in LA when I voted for Trump, which cost me friends and, community and that whole thing. I think he was by far the best president of my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
And I would gladly vote for him again in certain circumstances. So there's no air between us, I would say, on how outrageous this situation is. And obviously, if the guy wasn't running for president right now, they would never be doing this. It's all about 24. It has nothing to do with 34 trumped up charges that are out of the statute of limitations. that that really are nonsensical things for the most part that now Stormy Daniels owes him money on, and a whole bunch more. How does the prostitute end up owing you money is kind of funny.
Yeah. One thing Donald Trump definitely did not win at.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, I didn't think it was that far.
You must be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were so good. Let me pay you for it.
Do you mind if I tell him that? He'll love that.
And
You can use that line, Rudy.
Trump would love that.
And did you see in Trump's statement today? You know, he sends out these statements every day. He's sitting at Mar-a-Lago typing all day. He sends out this statement about Stormy Daniels. You know, she owes me 120 grand. And he goes, horse face Stormy Daniels. It's like, dude, you hired her. Like, you know, come on.
Allegedly, Dave.
Allegedly. Something. Yeah.
Hey, he didn't hire her for exactly how she looks. She was hired for what she will do. Hey, we got indie film in the building. Welcome to the party, brother. I am glad you are here. You are definitely going to enjoy this one. We got Rudy Giuliani and Dave Rubin on the PBD podcast live, talking about just the state of the GOP. And Dave Rubin is behind DeSantis, and obviously Giuliani behind Trump. Welcome to the party.
And now he's doing a bad Yelp review.
But all of that, being said, in terms of the real direction of the country, and yeah, I've been in Florida for 15 months. I'm a refugee from Los Angeles, from California. I campaigned with Larry Elder to get rid of Gavin Newsom, who I think is in Florida today. Do you smell him? It's you can that stench, you can get it from Sarasota right now.
He's on the West Coast.
Yeah,
Still
that's
smells,
right.
huh?
I got audited by the state 3 days after the election. So these are bad people that we're fighting. They really are. In terms of DeSantis and everything else, look what he has done to this state. I mean, he has turned Florida into the freest. Like, Pat, there's a reason you're here. There's a reason that every single one of your employees has huge smiles on their faces. The checks don't bounce and they live here in Florida. Like, it's all happening here. This is it truly, it can't be overstated. Florida is the freest place in the entire world. And it is it's partly because of Trump and setting up a lot of this stuff. And Florida has had, an interesting population over the years, but it's because DeSantis fought the machine better than anyone over these last couple of years. And beyond that, I also think we need a shift. It's not about age exactly, but we're done, I think, being governed by 80-year-olds.
I am 100% with him there. Now, because of how popular Trump is, I would like, for my own selfish reasons, for him to be the only one running that I would even think about voting for. Because then it's like, okay, well, I'm obviously not going to vote for the Democrats. But at this point, I really do feel like DeSantis will put us in a better position. And I'm interested to hear, as they get into the meat of the debate, what you guys think of what Giuliani is saying. Because from when I was, skimming through, it seemed like he was kind of, just standing him and just being like, whoa, it's Trump. You can't lose. Trump can do anything. Trump's the best. And I don't know. I don't know. This whole idea of we need a younger, more virile energy. Now, Trump definitely has that. But it's like he's got so much stench. Speaking of stench, he's got so much stench on him from just how crazy the Democrats were, and a lot of Republicans too, when he was in the spotlight. So I just don't know.
We need a generational shift. I think we need some Gen X people.
Dave, there's people that are close to that age in this room, Dave. You gotta have a little bit of respect.
Yes, and they
seriously,
they shouldn't.
Watch your language.
They shouldn't be president. No offense, my friend. I'm just saying.
He says, well, with Robert Kennedy Jr. in the Democratic race against Biden will be interesting. Robert shares some Democrat views, but he is also anti-jab and anti-big government. Interesting. So I've definitely not been paying attention to anything on that side. I guess it's a little early to really be like, in the weeds. We're only just now kind of having a conversation about DeSantis and Trump. So, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to keep an eye on that.
I think we need a shift. We need a shift of attitude. We need a shift of competency. I think the things that we need right now are competency, the ability to communicate that, and a clear vision. And personally, I think DeSantis is the best guy.
The great thing about today is,
I think
you can choose to identify as whatever you want. Mayor can identify as a 42-year-old. I mean, you can do that nowadays. So for the next 2 hours,
which are the 47 genders? I have trouble,
So
what's the 32nd gender or the 38th? I was on an airplane
Called Dylan Mulvaney.
I was once with a lawyer who represents one of the big transgender groups. He just sitting next to me, and he recognized. And I said, "Explain it to me." 2 hours later, I was ready to jump out of the plane. I mean, the things I can't even remember. He was describing all these. We got down to about 22 genders.
that's a pretty solid list. I guarantee you, the average person who identifies with the LGBT community, or let's leave the gays out of this. People who identify as having a different gender identity than what they were assigned or what was observed by a doctor at birth, I bet you let's say over under 5. Most of them could not name more than 5 different pronouns, aside from the, he, him, and he, you know what I mean. The man, woman, and they. Okay, we all know they, but the made-up ones, I bet you they can't name 5.
I think like you become you can become some kind of animal, or
That's
it's
otherkin.
completely insane.
Dragon.
Have you actually?
Maybe he did have more tequila than me. I'm not sure. Honestly.
Willie, are you Rudy? Are you willing to say publicly that there's only 2 genders, men and women?
I don't know. A woman. I can't define a woman. I want to be on the Supreme Court.
Got him. What was her name? Kanji something Brown, and she was like, that's transphobic.
Yes, I'm going to say there were 2 genders. I even am willing to tell you how I would identify them, but I don't think I should.
So, okay. By the way, that was a great question by a guy who has 2 cats. Tonight during dinner, all we talk about is the fact that Adam's a big cat guy, and he gave very good
no
cat
wonder he asked me that
owners.
question.
So it's starting to make a lot of wisdom tonight around cats. But anyways, let's go back to this. So strategy-wise, okay, Trump, DeSantis. So for you, you're thinking there's a part of this that there is weaponizing of the justice system against the former president.
100%.
Perfect. Then
that's been a while. That goes back to when they fixed the Hillary Clinton case.
Then I have a question for you, because I think you're partially responsible. And so here's where I'm going with this, and let's see what direction you're going to take this. So we pulled up 5 historical facts about weaponization federal government. Of course, we can go back to McCarthyism.
Hey, we got 2B artistry in the building. What is good? What is good? Said, what's up with this poll, dude? Chicken noodle soup could beat Trump. Okay, if that's what you think, welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. I'm going to respectfully disagree, but
where they, communism, they're going against that 40s, 50s. We've all know about that one. Then you have the COINTELPRO from 1956 to 71. The FBI ran a covert operation known as COINTELPRO, which aimed to disrupt and discredit various political groups, including civil rights activists. This is the Malcolm X. This is the Martin Luther King. Then you have the war on drugs, 80s and 90s. They launched this. That led to a sharp increase in the number of people incarcerated for drug offenses. Then we have the Patriot Act. And prior to that, we have the RICO, which, the gentleman Blakey, who was I think Notre Dame professor in 1970, he came up with that. And then
now we have the Restrict Act, right? Well, I haven't really read too much about that, but I've seen the memes, so it must be something bad.
You guys kind of found a way on how to go after the mob, and then boom, you took down, pretty much cleaned up the streets of New York with the mob. Everybody was trying to figure out a way to do it. You were the only one that ended up being successful. You got the Patriot Act in 2001, which the government passed this, which explained the government's ability to surveil and investigate suspected terrorists. Critics argued that the laws has been used to infringe on the civil liberties of innocent Americans, that it has been
Yeah, I think.
used to target individuals and organizations based on their political views rather than their actual links to terrorism. And then you have the Mueller investigation, which happened 2017. So partially when you're doing this at the beginning, I'm assuming, this is purely speculating, I'm assuming you're like, hey guys, we got to take down the mob and clean up the streets of New York. We got to do it. No problem. Fantastic. How are we going to do it? This guy comes in from Notre Dame. Let me tell you, this is one thing that we came up with, the racketeering, the RICO Act, all this other stuff. Let's do it. Then the government said, wow, what a great weapon to use against the people. And then that got stronger and more creative. And then some evil leaders got their hands on her saying, we can silence people. How awesome was this? So even though originally it was used to take the bad people out, now it's
Originally, it was used to take the bad people out. It was always used. It was like, I have to imagine, because didn't the Patriot Act come out like super shortly after 9/11? I have to imagine that they had that thing drafted and they're just waiting. They're just waiting. And then if you believe in some of the conspiracy theories, I mean, makes sense.
it's being used to hurt
Guys, please, can we get them likes up? Come on. Thank you.
good and innocent people. Going back, would you say partially the RICO, some of these things you guys did, do you regret any of it, making it as strong as it ended up being, that we're experiencing what we're experiencing today?
Well, first of all, I don't know if all of them are related, the same thing. The difference between then and now is every one of those began as a legitimate issue involving our national security, our safety. They weren't, nobody passed a Patriot Act to go after innocent people.
You sure about that? You sure you're sure about that? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about it either way. I'm just saying, it's awfully convenient.
I mean, what's going on right now was designed for one purpose and one purpose alone, for the ruling party to take out the opposition party. It had no legitimate purpose at all. The weaponization of the Justice Department was not to go after mafia guys, terrorists, people who kill you. The weaponization of the Justice Department was to destroy really any opposition to the regime. Secondly, any law
Speaks like a
can be
boomer.
misused. You can misuse a minor misdemeanor and weaponize it for filing false entries in your books.
Yeah, like charging a former president for the first time ever with 34 counts of felonies, even though that there's no actual felony behind the misdemeanors. Whoops.
So you're always subject to that. You're subject. The laws are there. It's like saying the Soviet Union had a constitution. The Red China has a constitution with more rights than our Bill of Rights, considerably more. But it doesn't mean anything. So I don't know that the government, even being excessive in pursuing bad guys, and maybe even being a little bit overzealous in doing that, I don't think that leads to what is now typical of a totalitarian regime, which is the ruling party using the criminal process to go after the opposition party.
That's not new, though. So what makes you think that this is all just happenstance when so many other just entities, so many other what's the word I'm looking for? Structure, government, whatever. So many of them have been taken down. So many leaders have been taken down by this exact process. I don't understand why he's saying, well, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been intended for this. I mean, we were all here for safety. I mean, okay, I guess. Yeah, that's what they tell us. Hey, we got Ziggs in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Glad you are here. We are just getting into the meat of Rudy Giuliani backing Trump versus Dave Rubin backing DeSantis on the PBD podcast.
I think that's a totally different thing. And I think it developed in a different way. I think it developed because of the long-term influence of the Communist Party on the Democratic Party. And I think they've basically taken over. I think this is a well thought out plot that goes back at least 20 or 30 years.
That's
to
what I'm
destroy our
talking
government.
about. So if you say it's going back 20 or 30 years, I think 2001 was less than 30 years ago. Seems to go to my point.
And I think that's why Soros is funding it. Why does Soros pay for 40 or 50 DAs all over the country to basically destroy these cities? Because Soros wants our government to fall. He wants a one world government.
Back, Ziggs.
He probably wants to run the one world government, or at least be the head of the Department of the Treasury, so he can steal from it. And so, no, I don't regret the RICO statute. I think the RICO statute, it would be excellent to use, for example, against the Biden crime family. It'd be exactly. The whole idea of the Racketeering Act is you just can't put them in jail. You got to take their property away. Because if you just keep putting the mafia in jail, some other mafia guy comes along and takes over the $5 billion enterprise and it becomes $6 billion. And there was a recognition by Professor Blakey, who I knew very, very well, that the only way we're going to crush the mafia is to take their empire away. For example, one of the cases that isn't mentioned that I did was I took the Teamsters Union away from the mob, which meant taking Las Vegas away from the mob, because they controlled Las Vegas through the Central States Pension Fund of the Teamsters Union. You thought it was a Central States Pension Fund money. It was the mafia money that was being laundered for 30 years.
I want to speed him up, but we won't be able to understand
I don't regret it. What I do regret is the wrong people getting in government and then being able to use any of these laws.
But we can't. But we know the wrong people are eventually going to be in power, right? So certain policies could work for good people because a good person may not abuse the power that they have, but you have to be thinking about policies to create that an evil guy doesn't come and say, I want to abuse my power. So, I understand what you're saying. It was built for the good guy to, find and catch the bad guy. But
was it, though? Because as he just said, did anybody think that this couldn't be used against our own people? We knew they were trying to do that anyway. So this whole thing of and I mean, credit where credit is due. He definitely cleaned up New York City. But I don't think I'm with him right now.
What if the bad guy is now the leader that's going after the good guy? So which
again is inevitable.
What could we have done differently? The only reason I'm asking this question is because we got now this FedNow app coming out. We got CBDC coming out. We got this Restrict Act coming out that they're saying, we're going to take down TikTok. And Charlie Kirk made a very good point the other day. The fact that they're
Harley was just talking about FedNow in Discord yesterday, just very recently,
using this to say they want to silence Dave Rubin. Dave, we're sorry. We don't like the message you got. We got to go after him. Right. So only thing I'm asking is, I'm not a lawyer. I didn't work in the New York, district as an attorney. You've been around the block. For the next people, the next Giuliani, the next guy that's going to have that kind of a power.
Yeah. So Ziggs is saying Rudy lost favor during Trump while he was the lawyer. And as somebody who at the time, well, I'm trying to think. I think because that was after, that was, I'm just trying to think of the chronology in my head, because if you guys remember, I started out as a never Trumper or liberal Bernie bro that eventually shamefully voted for Hillary Clinton. I know. I wish I had on there.
Stupid.
Yes. And I was definitely thinking a lot about like Rudy Giuliani, like this guy as just a slimy, grimy type of dude. While he is associated with Trump. I'm starting to think though that he may not be that slimy, but he's definitely just establishment. So I'm gonna let's put a pin in that and see if he follows up.
When they're writing these acts up, should they do it or don't even do it? Don't even go there. But if they do it, how do you write it to make sure a bad guy cannot weaponize it?
Great question.
Bad guys can weaponize anything.
Then the answer is don't do it.
They can weaponize the simplest law or a complex law. And you can't deprive yourself of laws that are going to protect you against murderers, rapists, terrorists. You can't
Demonetize.
you can't pass a law that can't be misused by a bad guy if a bad guy gets into power.
So then that begs the question, with each and every law that we are putting on the books, how are the bad people going to abuse this? And if the answer is that the government is going to turn its entire, national security apparatus around at its own people, then maybe that's not the best law.
This is not a question of the laws that we passed. It's a question of the people that we voted for. Like the people of Chicago, there's got to be something wrong with them voting for the person they voted for.
Lori Lightfoot.
The new one. Yeah, this is again what Harley was just talking about in Discord about how could it possibly be that after Lori Lightfoot in the Democrats doing so bad in Chicago that they're just going to elect someone exactly like her. And it's just that they are in these strongholds, that they create problems. And the messaging is that whatever the problem is, it's either systemic racism or it's the Republicans. And I'm the only way to fight back against that. Yeah, Chicago's in shambles right now. But imagine if I wasn't here fighting them. That is their messaging. And that is how they keep in power. Harley says the only way to determine a good guy from a bad guy is intentions. Facts.
They got a
He's
new
talking
one.
about Johnson.
Yeah, he's going to be.
There's got to be something wrong with them. They're brainwashed. This is a development that happened within politics rather than within the legal system. Because even if we didn't have these laws, and most of these laws weren't even used by the Democrats in weaponizing the Justice Department. They're much simpler laws that they used, or they make things up. The indictment of Trump is a non-existent indictment. It's null and void.
Yep.
It doesn't charge a crime.
Nope.
It charges a crime without explaining the crime, which would lead to the dismissal of any other indictment. The judge should have thrown it out as null and void. I don't know why his lawyers didn't get up and refuse to plead to it.
Well, Tim Pool the other day was saying, I don't even know why Trump decided to go and turn himself in. That it would have been a strategic move to say, I don't believe that these charges are valid. I think that this is political persecution. If you want to come and get me, and we'll deal with it. That would create the situation where now not only is he looking stronger, not only is he forcing the establishment to put the full weight and really show that I guess we are really trying to do this, but it would also force DeSantis in a position that he can't just be like, oh well, I'm not going to touch this. That's and that's not exactly a leadership move. You should be saying to if Trump decides that he is not going to turn himself in, then no part of the Florida state law enforcement is going to help federal law enforcement extradite a former president. I would have been cheering way more for that. He says, well, if people got more involved in their local politics, the situation in Chicago wouldn't have happened. Yeah, you're correct. And this this situation wouldn't have happened. But this situation is, I don't want to say decades because I don't know Chicago history that well, but years and years and years long that they've been further entrenched in this idea that only the Democrats can help and Republicans are horrible, awful people. That's just how they operate. And because people are not involved in local politics, they just listen to, mainstream national news, then they can keep running with the same story. Lightfoot gets too old and bring in whatever his face is.
If I represented him, he never would have pled to that indictment. I would have said, this is not an indictment. It says here, this was in pursuance of a crime. What would you like me to do? Guess which one of the 1,000 New York crimes it is? Would you give me a hint at least? What am I pleading to? Stupid. If you read the indictment, you don't know what you're pleading to. He's pleading. If you pled guilty, you wouldn't know what you pled guilty to. So what are we can't do away with indictments. What we got to do is do away with corrupt district attorneys like Alvin Bragg.
There you
That's the
go.
problem.
Dave, what do you think?
Well, let me add something to slightly defend the mayor from the time that he was in office and beforehand when he was dealing with the mafia and all of this stuff when these laws were put into place. You know, we used to have Democrats and Republicans that disagreed on certain issues, meaning taxation, certain things related to crime, certain things related to abortion, et cetera, et cetera. But there wasn't one party that in essence was solely existing to pretty much destroy America as we know it and become completely lawless and not know the difference between boys and girls and want neo-racism taught in the schools and not believe that jailing criminals is correct, et cetera, et cetera.
So this is kind of what I mean. And I'm going to come to your question in just a moment. He's coming out hot. Like, yes, we all believe in the conservative circles that stuff is happening, but that you got to work into that. If you're trying to have a conversation about, you know, with just normal people who aren't in the weeds about that stuff. And so when it comes to people not really, you know, or I guess being hesitant about Dave Rubin, it's like, you're just trying to check off the boxes and hit the talking points. So it's just, I don't know. As Misanthropic Altruist said, meh. So To Be says, how can you say that it's justified to use this rule against one person, but not the other? This attack is on the prosecution of Trump instead of the evidence. Well, I agree with the second part. I'm not sure what you mean by how can you say that it's justified to use this rule against one person, but not the other? Are we still talking about the Patriot Act? Are we still talking about, you know, like spying on our own citizens and stuff? It's justified to use the rule against people who have triggered the probable cause to use that rule. It is a rule that if your car smells like weed, they have probable cause to search your car. But if it doesn't smell like weed and there's no other probable cause, then you can't use. It's not justified using that rule on that person. They have to meet the criteria. And like he just said, all of these counts were based on in connection to a felony that they never said what it was. Even CNN said it was nothing. And I mean, y'all know CNN, love or hate Trump. You know that if there was any way they could spin this to be something bad on Trump, they would, but they can't. Yeah, lightweight Rubin for sure. And I mean, it's not wrong. And I am in the same camp as him as far as, you know, right now, today, as this is being recorded, I am leaning further towards DeSantis. But it's Rubin.
We now have one party like that. So I think what's happening now, you got a guy like Alvin Bragg, who we were discussing it at dinner. The guy does not charge you with the crime if you jump the turnstile in New York City. So think what you're doing. You're doing two things when you do that. First off, you're incentivizing people for bad behavior, right? You're telling them, go ahead and jump the turnstile, do whatever you want. And you're also telling the law-abiding person in New York City, you're a sucker, man. You're paying your $2.50 or $2.75, whatever it is on the subway now, while these kids are just jumping over. They will not prosecute for prostitution. The craziest one that they will not prosecute for is avoiding arrest. So you are allowed to literally fight the cop as he's trying to arrest you, and you will
New York
not be penalized for that. So I think what's happened here, there's a little asymmetry. Most of us, especially if you live in a free state, a law and order state like Florida, where, by the way, we are now getting all of the good cops. You know that there were thousands and thousands of incredible members of the New York Police Department who are now moving down here. DeSantis is giving them bonuses, and we're becoming stronger and they're becoming weaker. The difference is that when you have one side that is completely unhinged related to law and reality, there is no law that you can set up that will not be abused. So
I'm going to still push back.
Before we go there, Dan Jensen, sponsor of the stream, says Nancy Pelosi was out saying that Trump can prove his innocence in a court of law. Is that how you do it in the U.S.? Here we are, innocent until proven guilty. I remember somebody else talking about that line, but I had forgot about that. Yes, she said he can prove his innocence That is downright un-American. That is not how our justice system is supposed to work. You are innocent until proven guilty. To be says, what crime are they saying they have evidence for that Biden has committed? I have no idea. I mean, they have there's the Burisma thing with the prosecutor. There's the Hunter Biden laptop stuff. I mean, there's a lot. I don't know if you're referring to something specific or just in general. If they have evidence against Biden in a specific context, but there's a lot. There's a lot.
If you're okay with that, guys.
Yeah.
And I want both of you guys to try to rip apart my argument, and I'm very comfortable with that. Okay.
I just want to highlight that line because we've had somebody recently who got a little butthurt because we got in a back and forth. I want you guys to try to tear my arguments, my positions apart. Doesn't mean I'm just going to, oh yeah, you're right. No, I'm going to fight back. But that is the good faith discussions that I want us to have. So when you ask a question and I give you an answer that you don't like, or you challenge me on something and I give you an answer that you don't like, doesn't mean we can't be friends. It doesn't mean I'm mad at you. We're just talking. We're just having conversations. We're all friends here. We're all just trying to figure things out. So Zig says Rubin always sounds like he's giving a team talk yeah. Like I can't put my finger on it, but it's just like you're just trying a little too hard, bro. And it's not like he is like let's say he was a YouTuber who only did like, edited videos. And so he's a little out of his element on a podcast. No. This is what he does. But I don't know. Some people seem to like him, and sometimes he has some good opinions. So Harley says, the punishment needs to fit the crime. Jumping the turnstile doesn't land you in jail, more like a citation where you pay a fine. I mean, true, but the point is that the same judge who is looking to prosecute a former president for the first time in U.S. history allows people to jump the turnstile. Won't you can get arrested and go in front of them and be like, you're good. Justice. That 130K is it's not nothing, but for him, I guess he could eat that in his sleep.
So you have kids, you have a family, you're doing estate planning, you're doing living trusts, okay? And you would like to pass down your wealth to your kids, but you would like them to manage the wealth in a responsible way so it can go to your grandkids and great-grandkids and stay within the family, right? So when you study...
Really quick, I want to shout this out. Great comment here from Harley saying you have to have a system that isn't too lean, otherwise it's ineffective. But you can't have a system that's too strict, otherwise you become authoritarian. And that's the age-old battle of balancing law and order, is finding what is the strictness that we want. What are the rules that we want? How strict do we want the rules themselves? How strict do we want them enforced? And all that stuff. It's tough, and that's why it's an ongoing thing. And then society changes, and some things become more important than others. They always talk about some old law in I think it's West Virginia, where it's still on the books that you're not allowed to leave a pie on your windowsill at a certain time of year, and that was because of bears back in the whatever hundreds. Now that's still the law, but you're not going to get arrested in 2023 for having a pie on your windowsill. Zig says the charge against him was only 130K fraud. Yeah, we just read that. Are we saying something new? Trump got caught because his lawyer was sloppy. Yeah, yep. And I think from people that I've talked to, I've only used a lawyer twice in my life, and both times I just wrote him a check and then he did the stuff. And so it makes a lot of sense that if it was Cohen that was the lawyer at the time, paid off Stormy Daniels, and didn't tell Trump and just invoiced it, how would he know? It's just, these are, exactly. That's why I sat in jail. These are legal fees. We just, and I mean, a guy like Trump, who's all, before even being running for president, he's got a lot going on. So when it comes to the lawyer stuff, the attitude is just take care of it. Just take care of it. So it's like, clearly a political persecution. Dan says, one thing I don't understand is that if you have to pay hush money, would you write that down so I'll can see? Maybe it's just me, but maybe it's just me, but I don't understand. So I mean, the simple way to he had an affair with Stormy Daniels. Then that they didn't want that coming out. So you talk to Cohen, the lawyer, and again, take care of it. So what that means to Cohen could be anything. There's NDAs that you could sign. There's all this legal stuff that you could do. And unless there is evidence to the contrary, there's no reason to believe that Trump was not just assuming that, along with all the other legal stuff Cohen was doing, that was part of the cost. When he said, you owe me X amount of dollars, that's part of it. So would you write it down? I think you wouldn't necessarily write it, like you wouldn't get an itemized invoice and say, this is for, screwing Stormy Daniels and we don't want anybody to find out. I think the only reason we know about it is because she violated that and did speak up, right? Holly says the turnstile thing can be fixed easily, but we're so behind in innovation and development that we still have these basic problems that already have solutions. Or it's also because the Democrats run New York City and they don't care. They just don't care. To be said, I thought I heard someone advocating for the prosecution of President Biden and the Biden crime family. Hunter Biden is not the president. I think these laws should be applied equally. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. It's much bigger than just Hunter Biden. They are a crime family. Hey, we got Jason Ray in the building. Welcome to the party. Said, bro, if Trump had a pie on a windowsill in West Virginia, I think it's been proven there would be a DA somewhere trying to figure out how to build that into a case. Completely agree. Welcome to the party. This is and that's all that's going on. That's all that's going on. Obviously, it's a little bit more serious than that, but when you break it down, that's all that's happening.
Generational wealth, and you go to Rothschild, you go to Rockefellers, you go to Vanderbilts, you go to Medici family, all of these guys, you will see Vanderbilts were so flippin' wealthy, but his living trust sucked. Yeah, I think he had like 11 kids. Within one generation or two, boom, all the money was gone. Medici's kept it in the family, I think 7 generations. Rockefellers kept it in the family 3 generations. I believe the way we create the laws, we can say, let's not vote bad people in here, but okay, can you be a great parent and have one of your kids that meets a teacher at UC Berkeley and flips them, and all of a sudden they become a person that cannot agree with anything you're saying, and you're evil parent and all this other stuff, and if you give that guy the money, he's going to go give the money to. So all I'm saying is we can't control evil people. We can't control people that get influenced to do dumb things, okay? We cannot control it. Even great parents could have bad kids. All I'm saying is it's easy for us to put it all on Alvin Bragg's, but he was able to do this because certain things in the past, you can go and say, well, in this case, here's what it is. So guess what? The way they took this guy down, let's just go and target Donald Trump. The way they took this guy down, all I'm saying is, while we're going through a big decision right now with this Restrict Act, you're not going to be affected by it. You and I will be affected by it, but our kids will be affected by it because they're going to be the ones that's going to be using social media a lot longer than we are. Yeah. So we can sit here and be like, well, it's not really that. We just got to make sure we vote the right people in. If it's all about just voting the right people in, why are so many immigrants in America? They escape that. I think there's a part of it. All I'm asking is, Mayor, from you, and I want to transition to another topic. What can we learn from the way we wrote these things up to not do it again?
Well, what can we learn from the way that we wrote these things to not do it wrong again?
Maybe I didn't point out this other part of it. I'm not saying there aren't very bad laws, and that laws are passed that infringe human rights, civil rights, are too intrusive, are unwise, can actually be more easily abused. That all happens. And we shouldn't do that now or before or later. I just don't think there's the connection between that and what you're saying. I don't think Alvin Bragg exists because let's say you believe that the Patriot Act was overzealous, intruded too much into privacy, and it might very well, I might agree with you on some of that. I don't think that's the reason where we are today. I think independently we should fix it. And that's another problem that we have. And I think the Restrict Act, I think it would be a very bad law. And it would be a particularly bad law because our government has become more corrupt.
Yep.
So we would be in the hands of corrupt people, but it shouldn't even be in the hands of honest people. And I think the way I think the inheritance tax is inherently inequitable, unfair, anti-capitalism, anti-incentives to develop wealth, anti-human nature. One of the reasons you work hard is for your family. And then that's a contribution to everyone because you're working hard. Your main objective is your family, but you're helping society in doing that. And knowing that your wealth is going to get cut in half or more, that's going to change. It's going to change that. And then people are also going to look for ways to break the law. Mm-hmm. These intrusive laws lead to a lot of, like, if you have taxes that are too high, people find ways to avoid it. And then people find ways to evade it.
Cayman
So
Islands.
I think, Patrick, there are two different,
or, Swiss bank
problems that you're
what
talking
is it?
about.
Credit Suisse.
And I think this problem emerges from our politics, our morality or lack thereof.
Harley, can you do me a huge favor? I'm trying to look up the Restrict Act, and it's kind of a lot. If you could do me, if it's too much, don't worry about it. But if you could, kind of boil it down to a little abstract and exactly what the Restrict Act is about, that would be amazing. If it's too much, don't worry about it. But as our resident fact checker, I know you would do better than anyone else.
And I do think, and I know it sounds like this is a conspiracy theory that I'm asserting, but I am. It is a conspiracy. I think that China has a lot to do with it. I think China has corrupted many of these people who are involved in these unbelievably illegal applications of the law. If Biden isn't corrupted by China, it would be totally ridiculous. The guy got $31 million plus in the last 6 years from China. And he's taken actions for China that only could be taken by somebody that seems to favor China over the United States. He gives up an air base 400 miles from China. That's insane. Mm-hmm. In an era in which we may be in a war involving missiles and airplanes, being 400 miles from China is an unbelievable strategic advantage given away by our president.
Not to mention, when he was asked about Taiwan, he was like, "Oh yeah, we backed them up totally." Like, bro, chill. Dewey says an NDA is a contract. It is not valid without some sort of consideration, i.e. payment. Any person in a business or law should know that. Contract has 3 parts: offer, acceptance, and consideration. So as far as I understand it, they didn't have an NDA. And that's how this all came about, that it was just hush money. Because an NDA is, as Dan was saying, that's writing it out. That, like, you can't talk about this thing that we did. And I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure there was no NDA, which is why she was able to speak out about it, even though she was paid all that money. And because again there was no NDA, Trump didn't have knowledge of, or I mean, at least you can't prove in court that he had knowledge of the payments going to Stormy Daniels. All he was doing, and this is my speculation from this point, is paying the legal invoice. Michael Cohen says, "You owe me $10,000." He pays $10,000. He spent 80 of that in court. He spent, another 10 with, working on stuff, and a little bit here to Stormy Daniels. But that's what needs to be proven, is that he did that specifically for his campaign, And there's another piece of it too, because I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations is up on that. So it's, I mean, trumped up charges. There's no better term. There's no better term. They are trumped up charges. Zig says the two-party system is creating more problems and separation than anything. The two-party uniparty system definitely creates more problems than anything else.
For nothing in return. Is it a coincidence that the man who did it, family got $31 million from China in the last 6 years? No, it's not a coincidence. You have to be ridiculous to think it's a coincidence. He refuses to pursue China, and they're the cause of COVID.
All right. So before we continue, thank you so much from our resident fact checker, Harley Rose, says the Restrict Act is described as a systematic framework for addressing technology-based threats to the security and safety of Americans. It grants Secretary of Commerce the authority to review transactions by certain foreign entities who offer, quote, information and communications technologies, products, or services, or ICDS, in order to identify, investigate, and mitigate undue and unacceptable risks to the national security of the United States or its citizens. Awesome. Okay, so that's what we're talking about, and it's the main thing. Shout out to Harley, our resident fact checker. So I think the main part is whether they're going to do anything with TikTok, and then the other side that I've heard is VPNs. Is it going to mess with our abilities to just use ExpressVPN or Surfshark? Actually, I'm not saying their names until you would sponsor me, but a VPN. So thank you, Harley, very, very much. All right, let's back this up. See what he was talking about. Just Biden.
He refuses to pursue China, and they're the cause of COVID. He refuses to. He told us that China really is a friend, ultimately a friend. He's never said a harsh word about China, and they're day by day they're gaining an advantage over us. If they're not already having an advantage, that's going to take them to their goal of being the dominant nation on the earth by 2048. I think that they'll get there faster.
I agree, because it's not just the high level stuff that the CCP is doing. It is TikTok itself, specifically TikTok. And I mean, if you use TikTok at all, you will know that it's different. You will know that the algorithm is very different than what you will find just scrolling through Instagram Reels or scrolling through Facebook or even on Twitter. It's just, I don't know how it's different, but it is very different. And I mean, we've seen the effects. Hey, we got Celibate Scorpion in the building. Welcome to the party, girl. Glad to see you. We are checking out Rudy Giuliani and Dave Rubin talking about 2024. Hello. We've got, I'm terrible with names. I'm so sorry. Gilhermy? Is that how you say it? I apologize. I'm going to call you Gomez for now. Good evening to you as well. Welcome to the party. Celibate Scorpion says Trump would definitely beat Biden anytime. Well, except 2020, right? But that's the frustrating thing, is that Biden did beat him. That happened. Now, I don't ever think that it would be able to happen again. But whether they change the rules, and according to the rules, he won. Celibate Scorpion says, nah, I can't even say that. See, I agree that this is, not good, but they didn't cheat because they changed the rules to make it allowed to have mass mail-in voting, which obviously benefits the Democrats because of urban areas and all that stuff. You can farm, what do they call it? Harvest ballots a lot more effectively than you can against, or as you can in more rural areas. Is Trump going to jail? No way. I don't think so. I mean, it's already unprecedented to even charge him with anything. Then they charged him and indicted him, and they still don't have anything. So I don't think so. I don't think so. But I definitely don't have a crystal ball, so don't hold me to that. Celibate Scorpion says they are trying to cheat again, says Celibate Scorpion, by getting him indicted based on bogus allegations. Again, that is not, well, no, yeah, political prosecution is cheating, definitely. Yeah, I think this is way more of a, I'm gonna get to that in a second. I think this is way more of, I completely forgot what I was gonna say, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. So that's definitely cheating, for sure. The rule change, it's shifty and shady and snaky, but rules are rules. Karine Jean-Pierre said Biden, fresh and fit, good to go. I mean, okay. Didn't she just go? I saw a TikTok. I saw a TikTok of a report that she got a DUI like this week. I tried to share it in the Discord server, and the video had been deleted. And I searched, and I couldn't find anything else about that. Very weird. Very, very weird.
Pat, if I just add one other thing, your question basically boils down to what do you do about unintended consequences? These people are trying to do things that are going to create law and order, good incentives for
Will they vote, though?
good citizens to do the right thing, but there are going to be bad actors. The libertarian part of me, I'm completely with you. You can't create you can't create laws that in essence are going to control people perfectly. Humans are imperfect. We can't create perfect systems. It's as simple as that. But I would also say that this is the best argument for federalism, for what's happening here in Florida. We can't, the federal government, I know this isn't a federal case, but we now have a party in half the country that does not believe in laws. They will do anything they can to accumulate power. I am not saying that the right and the conservatives and the Republicans are great, because they're pretty crappy. I always say on my show, you don't have to be a Republican, but you cannot be a Democrat. That's my basic position. So it's not that they're, it's not, all right, I'll take it. It's not that the other side is so great, but there is a basic sense. You know this. I mean, I watch your show enough when you bring on people on the right and people on the left. People on the right basically can agree to disagree. I have no doubt if we polled everyone in this crowd, the political opinions would be all over the room and people would want this tax and that law on abortion and all sorts of stuff. But there's a basic sense that we believe that the system is pretty good. We can work within it. Let's see if we can accomplish something. And on the other side, it's gone. So it's not a perfect answer, but I wonder, do you have a perfect answer to your question?
Okay,
so in response to this, Trump's still being able to run in jail. Like, what could be better for his campaign? What could be better than to be made even more of a martyr than he already is? I mean, literally being a martyr. That's the only thing.
So think about it this way. So I don't have a perfect. I bring smarter people like you guys to make me smarter. That's how I live my life, right? Okay. So, but if you look at Forbes magazine, at one point it was the best business magazine we all went to, right? Until 2021, International Woman of the Year was Hillary Clinton. Okay, so if you put her as International Woman, Business Woman of the Year,
Can't believe I voted for that bitch.
Is Hillary Clinton. I mean, it confuses the hell out of everybody.
At least it was an actual woman.
Yeah, that's a good point. This year could be different.
Oh, that was a good one from Dave Rubin. At least she was. I mean, she might be a lizard person, but she is a female lizard person. Dan says orange hair and jumpsuit. Oh, it would match. It would, orange hair, skin, and jumpsuit. That's the new fashion trend with all the MAGA people. Instead of that red hat, everybody's going to be dyeing their skin orange and running around in jumpsuits.
Give him credit,
Allegedly.
So watch this. So watch this. BC Forbes.
Right, wouldn't that be funny if Hillary turns out not to be a woman? That would be like
Would you be shocked?
That would just.
Well, there's a lot of stories about that about Michelle Obama.
Here we go.
We would have to
Which I do not.
Let's stay here.
We'd have to turn back the clock and give Bill Clinton a lot of passes.
Yes, Mr. Giuliani, I've seen the photo.
So
I don't believe it, but
I don't either. I
So
don't either.
BC Forbes starts Forbes.
Yeah.
His son takes over Malcolm Forbes, takes it to the next level. Okay. He calls it the capitalist tool. Malcolm's son, Steve Forbes, takes it over. Okay. 95% of Forbes today is owned by China. Don't you think if
I did not know that. What? They're owned that much? by China? That is crazy. Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, brother. Glad to see you. We are here with PBD, Rudy Giuliani, and Dave Rubin talking about the Republican Party for 2024. Yeah, that's crazy. I want to make sure I heard that right.
95% of force today is owned by China.
5%.
Don't you think if you're the guy that's like, if I'm selling Valuetainment one day that I'm going to die and my kids are going to take over, there's going to be bylaws. The only person that can buy this company ever is going to be XYZ or certain kind of things to protect from somebody from China buying Valuetainment. These are things that we have to learn from other people's mistakes. There's going to be bad kids. There's going to be bad grandkids. There's going to be somebody in the family that's going to be a divider. But if you have certain things in the rules, in the Constitution, in laws that we put that no matter how much the left and the right want to fight, this cannot be compromised. I'm just saying, can we look into something like that? But let's transition to another topic.
Before he goes in, before he goes into that, Jason Ray says TikTok. I mean, Ziggs, 100% agree. 100% agree. Where are the? We saw Trump going into North Korea. We saw him talking to Putin about all this stuff before Putin invaded Ukraine. So, what you doing over there, bro? What you doing? Jason Reid says, TikTok is doing massive damage to the U.S. and bolstering China, but I don't think China is manipulating the algorithm. I think the collective of U.S. users trained it to act that way. I do agree with you. The thing is that, yes, the algorithm is based on what you feed it. The thing is, though, it's just different. I don't know how. I don't know what they're doing. But if you use TikTok, you will know. And so it's not necessarily that China is manipulating the algorithm. It's that they are allowing the worst tendencies, the worst things to be inflated. And I think that there is a lot of inflated numbers on TikTok. You will get people who have 5 million followers on TikTok, and they go over to YouTube or Instagram and nothing. I mean, there's just not that many people. I don't get it. Zig says TikTok is not the problem. You don't need to use it. Well, I need to keep up with what's going on for all of you guys so that you don't have to use it. But that's not the point, because most people want to use it. And the fact is, the algorithm is really good at showing you what you want to see. It absolutely is. Before I ever, was farming it for content, I just assumed it was, kids doing their dances and stuff. But it's not that. It's just another platform, just like YouTube, where there's people doing all kinds of stuff. We've done some TikTok reviews where I've saved a bunch of stuff and gone through them before. I don't want to really do that again until I can use OBS, so that we're not have like the thing here and half the screen is all black. But yeah, I mean it's not a matter of needing to use it. It's a matter of people wanting to use it. And there is just something about it that is different. There's something about it that, again, Facebook, Instagram, any social media platform that you want to think of, YouTube itself, the way that the algorithm works is not the same way. That's all I have for you. I don't know anything about how it works. I just know it's different. If you ever use it, you will see within one day, like, oh, this knows me. And I don't know how they do it.
Because we got a lot of the other topics to go through here. So,
yes, we do.
DeSantis. Trump. One of the conversations that's been coming up is the fact that, hey, Megyn Kelly came out the other day and said, hey, Ron DeSantis, I'm not for Trump. Everyone knows Megyn Kelly is not somebody that's going around, promoting Donald Trump. We all know what happened, what kind of questions she asked. The first question, we know this, right? Okay. She goes out and says, DeSantis is not going out there. He's hiding your.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Spend one day, start a new account on Instagram and start scrolling through reels. And just like or watch the ones that you like and scroll through the ones that you don't. Then the next day, start a new account on TikTok and do the same thing. How many more videos are you skipping on Instagram on that second day than you're skipping on TikTok? Again, I don't know how they do it, but they will serve you exactly what you want to see. And at first, they're just throwing stuff at you. but the level of connection that algorithm has to, okay, you you watched this and didn't like that, and you only watched this for 3 seconds, so you like shorter videos about that. I don't know exactly how they do it, but again, same thing. Do the same thing with YouTube Shorts. And then on the content creator side, I could put something on TikTok and the same exact video. Before, obviously, I got banned because I'm not saying the approved stuff. But I would put a video on a YouTube short, and then I would just upload it to YouTube, or a YouTube short. I would upload it to TikTok, and it would get 10 to 20 times the views. I don't think that there's that many people actually watching, because the likes were not what you would expect. The comments were near nothing. And then when I have an Instagram reel that will blow up on Instagram, you do see those numbers correlate. It says, much like the Instagram algorithm, the TikTok algorithm bases recommendations on a user's interactions with content on the app. Anything that offers clues about the kind of content the user like or doesn't like. The TikTok algorithm considers several factors which determine which videos to show users. These factors include user actions such as video likes, shares, and account follows. It also considers the video information such as hashtags, audio, and caption, as well as how long you have watched that particular video. So just swiping, it will tell the algorithm something different. If it's a 3-minute TikTok and you swipe after 2 seconds, they're going to know, okay, you didn't care about this at all. If you watched for a minute and a half and then swiped, then they're going to know, okay, you're into this type of content, with all these other factors that Harley's talking about here. But they're just so good at it. I don't know what it is, but it's not like YouTube Shorts. It's not like Instagram Reels. I don't know what it is, but it's something different. To be Artistry says, since we're fact checking, according to NPR, President Trump admitted he had an NDA that he had directed the attorney to pay for with money specific allocated to do so in a tweet. Yes, well, Cohen originally said, no, he didn't tell me anything. Then he got fired. He was like, no, Trump told me to do it. And NPR is not a good source. There's an entire, so their main show that got them, the notoriety of being a legitimate news source, All Things Considered. Now, Peter Boghossian does an entire series called All Things Reconsidered, and we'll go through NPR episodes and show, well, that's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit. And I mean, these establishment, bootlicking sources are not a good place to go, because they are going to tell you exactly what you want to hear. That's why this is a question, is because Cohen lied. So if you're not familiar with that, then it makes sense why, something like this would be like, oh, well, he said it. But it's not that simple. Who's lying? Which lie makes more sense? Who has more to gain or lose by lying?
You're afraid to come and be interviewed by me. You're doing a softball interview by Piers Morgan, and we know Piers Morgan is more for you than it is for Trump. Anyways, I don't need to get into it. So then the conversation becomes on NBC or some of these places like, I'm not going to go do the interview unless you say you apologize for this or for that or for this. Is the strategy he's taken? He hasn't announced yet. There's a lot of things you kind of educated us about Florida on, some of the things which you can share with the audience. He hasn't announced yet. Do you think he's taking the right strategy right now, not going out there and doing a lot of interviews?
Yeah.
Dave, I'll go to you first.
Well, first off, I just want to say I don't work for the campaign. I've never been given a dime by the
underground campaign manager. Tell him the truth, Dave, so everybody knows.
I work for tequila. No, I've never been given anything. Look, I again, just to reiterate, the reason that I support the guy the way I do is because I see what he has done to my life, and I suspect.
So he's going on about DeSantis, and GB says Trump is the source of the tweets. Okay, I mean, if it was that simple, why are we now in the position we're in, where there was an indictment and the prosecution, and even CNN, along with everybody else, is saying there's nothing here? I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just saying, if that's what. I don't know. I don't know enough about the specifics, but it's not as simple as NPR is making it seem. Selbit Scorpion says, so what? That's not sufficient reason to indict a president. It's obvious the indictment is part of a political persecution. Yeah, I mean, like the whether or not the law was like Nixon literally did Watergate. Now every scandal ends with the word gate because of the name of the hotel that he did the scandal in. And so if you're going to choose to set the precedent that now we're going to arrest former presidents for things that they've done, well, Obama is first. Obama is first. Anwar al-Awlaki, I say the name, Anwar al-Awlaki, I think it is. I say the name wrong all the time, but 16-year-old American citizen bombed. I think that's a bigger deal than paying off a porn star. But, applying laws equally, right?
I expect that many of you, if you live in Florida, are feeling the exact same thing. And I just see what's going on here relative to a country right now that is upside down in so many ways. As for the strategy related to that, I mean, the truth is, I don't know if he's running. Let's go on the assumption he's running for the purpose of this conversation. There are some laws in the Florida legislature that he would have to step down. I mean, he just won re-election by an unbelievable landslide. I mean, don't forget the guy, 4 years ago, he only beat Andrew Gillum, who turned out to be a meth addict. He only beat him by 30,000 votes.
Wow. I didn't know that. So Holly says arresting foreign presidents isn't a good look either. Exactly, because how far back do we go then? As we could arrest Trump, we could arrest Obama, we could arrest Bush, we could go all the way back. That is part of the just the way things work. Rules for thee, but not for me. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm saying that is how this works. Now, if y'all want to change the game, we can change the game. But then we're playing a very different game.
That's how close Florida got to basically being Illinois or New York or California at this point, once you factor in COVID. So that's one thing. So he'd have to figure out some of the legislative stuff, which is, they've got a supermajority here. I think that'll work itself out. I think the other part of this probably is, if you're the guy that from where I sit, I think most people see as the most competent public leader that we have at this point, a guy who also, as I said before, the age thing, I think he's about 45, he's got 3 kids. He's a family man. Think of all the people over the last, 6 years who would say, I get Trump on the policy. I like the policies. It's working. The economy's cooking, peace in the Middle East, all that stuff. I don't like the tweets and the attitude, right? That was the whole thing. I don't like the mean tweets. Well, congratulations.
That's what got me. On this super stupid superficial level of, he's mean. Never Trump. He's mean. That's always what it was. Just, I don't understand today how I could have been that dumb, but I was that dumb, and I'm smarter than a lot of people. So there's a lot of people who are as smart and smarter than me who also fell for this BS, and all of the people who are dumber, not all, a lot of them fell for it too. So it's just, I mean, the apparatus that we're talking about is delicate and is already falling apart. And so taking, blocks off the gender tower, the Jenga tower when it's 24 things high, maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe that's not a good thing for America, whether or not Trump is guilty of those crimes. So Scorpion says, plus, degenerate liberals aren't really qualified to be calling out Trump for cheating with a lady of the night. Facts. Jason Ray says, I agree with Harley Rose. We all do. Harley is awesome. If being president is a death sentence, we're not going to be in a good place for U.S. leaders in the coming years. We already don't have the type of people that we want running for president. If you add in the fact that, well, all right, we got to do all this anyway, but they can prosecute me for this. Well, then only the very worst people who only care about popularity and all that, those are the only people who are going to be left. Like, I don't care if they arrest me. I get to be the president. You think Trump and Biden are bad? At least they're pretending, depending on who you are and what, at least they're pretending to care. Yeah, it doesn't matter whoever it is, it will be the same hate. Yes, I play very many videos about how stupid people are. And if you have not checked out that video, please check it out. Drop new videos every single day. What else? Yeah, all the same thing.
Congratulations, you got it with this guy. So the point is, I think he can bring over the independents. I think he can bring over the disaffected liberals like me, like this guy, like probably some people in this crowd. He proved it here because he went from 30,000 votes to winning by about 1.6 million votes. So I think he's the crossover guy. But just to very clearly answer your question.
Before he does that, that's a huge metric. That's a huge metric on saying that he almost lost to the degree to which he won. So a lot of people talk about how he doesn't have the experience, well, of being president. Well, first of all, Trump only has the experience because he got in without any experience. So that's kind of a circular argument. But also, he does have experience in being a government official. Now, what I am waiting to see is that a good thing or a bad thing? Did Trump do enough to shake up the system that we can go back to people who are, kind of playing within the lines, so to speak? Or do we still need Trump to be the bull in the china shop more to break down all the a lot of people say that he drained the swamp, but released the swamp monsters that were underneath, and now he needs to go back in and slay them. So the question is, what is a better approach? Another term of Trump, or somebody more in line that can get more people behind him? Which we're assuming at this point that DeSantis can do, with the moderates and all that.
In terms of timing, it's nice to make people wait, but at some point you can't. At some point you can't, right? But it's nice to have people kind of going, oh, you're the guy, and then they kind of drag you in. But I suspect the mayor might have a different opinion on it.
Yeah, so just to tie a bow on that, I think he was saying that it would be nice if we could have, just Trump now and then worry about DeSantis in 2028 in the future, especially since he just got reelected in such a landslide in Florida, which, again, I would love. I would love not to have to choose between the two. I definitely got to take a look at the Kennedy dude, but because if we can get as far away from a George Bush to a Trump, then it's possible for the Democrats to go as far it's far enough for the Democrats to go from Biden to somebody who's not that bad. And I mean, I don't see it happening. I don't see how you could be a leader of the Democratic Party without, really getting behind all this wokeness and stuff. But hey, I'm open. Zig says, think there is 4 GOP candidates right now. Ron Paul, though. Yeah, I mean, that's a pipe dream, but that would be amazing. To be says, I was just telling you that on May 3rd, 2018 at 6:46 a.m., so on and so forth, Trump admitted to allocating funds for the NDA with Stormy, since you suggest he didn't know or was just paying attorney fees. And again, so I may have had that part wrong. That's fine. Then you're right. Okay, then he did know. I was wrong. You're right. He did know. So then moving that conversation along, then why now are there no is there no felony behind all these 34 counts of finance? Finance bullshit, really. Then to go beyond that, why do you believe that it is a worthwhile thing to upend the traditions we have for good reason of not going after former presidents for something like this? Those are the two questions that are on the table for anyone to be like, yes, we should arrest Donald Trump. And I haven't heard any good answers to that. And you may have them, but I have not heard them yet. So the Scorpion says, I hope DeSantis doesn't run against Trump because that would cause a split and we need everyone behind one candidate against the Liz. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. I would love to be able to be behind Trump. But as long as DeSantis is still on the table or if somebody else comes up who is a strong leader, but doesn't have the ire of half the country just by showing his face, then I have to consider that. I did not like how the entire country upended with Trump derangement syndrome. And it doesn't matter what his policies are. If we're in for another 4 years of that, I don't want it. If that's our only option versus, a woke president that will actually be doing stuff, unlike Biden, who's just trying to stay alive, then obviously I'm not going to go that way. But between on the Republican side, I don't want to be stuck. So, but Scorpion goes on to say the left is pushing all the feminists to the polls on porridge, as we call it on this channel. So that's going to be a battle. Facts. That is going to be the big one on that.
No, I actually don't. Let me just take off my Trump hat and put on my political expert hat. I don't know that it's a bad strategy to wait.
That definitely will be clipped in a horrible way on the internet.
I don't think that's so one of the reasons people would say that is if a month or so, 2 months ago, looked like he was ahead. Now it looks like DeSantis is behind.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that has anything to do with DeSantis. I think it has to do with what they did to Trump.
Right.
I think if they are trying to get him nominated, the Democrats, they did. I mean, they did him a real favor. I mean, so he goes from being behind to being anywhere from 5 to 20 points ahead. 30.
Speaking of which, we got the predicted polls, which I find to be way better than the actual political polls. Again, if you're not familiar with predicted, there's a bunch of different categories, and there's $1 to go, and it's like stocks, so you can invest in this person, that person. And so the question for this one is, who will win the 2024 Republican presidential nominee? And so the price for Donald Trump is at 47 when DeSantis is at 36. And then again, we got all these people down here, but we're really looking at these. And the first time we checked this, I think DeSantis was up by about 5 points. Then the next time we checked it, Trump was ahead by I want to say 20 points. And now he's up by 11. So there's a lot going on. There is a lot going on. There's a lot moving. And it's important that we pay attention to this stuff. Jason Ray says the fact that there's anyone trying to run against Biden in the primary tells the truth that there isn't a lot of faith in him on the Democratic side. Yeah. I mean, they you remember the Atlantic article, Biden, we just need your corporeal form. Nobody voted for Biden. People voted against Trump. And it's very obvious that he's just, talk about a lame duck period in a presidential term. He's just a lame duck president. He's just there so that, they could plan as to what to do next. Yeah, you never heard that? It's heard of that? It's pretty cool. I mean, I don't I find because it's individuals who have no skin in the game as to how the poll actually looks, and it's them just putting their money out. It just seems like a more realistic and grassroots way to determine what people are thinking. And yeah, definitely. So like the last time we were talking about it, we were saying how like Nikki Haley was down at 2 or 3 cents. And so, if you were to invest in her way back then, or even right now, I think she's she's at 6 cents right now. So when it comes to the primaries, that's going to go up at some point. How much and for how long, nobody knows. But, just like any other stocks or crypto or anything like that, it's a market. And if you know how to play it, then you could definitely make a lot of money. Hey, we got Liquid Mineral Factory in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Says the duopoly is a threat to our survival. Look what happened to East Palestine. Both parties are captured by big business. Yup. Welcome to the party, brother. Great comment. You are 100% correct. Zig says DeSantis is young, so he can wait. But some say he must take advantage with his popularity and TDS. Yeah, that's the that's the long short of it, pretty much. What is this for? I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, how many are running? Gotcha. Thank you.
30 points ahead in many national polls. And if I were DeSantis' campaign, I wouldn't look so much. I don't know that there was much he could have done. So if he were appearing over the last month on shows and being interviewed, I don't think it would have changed anything, because it's not a function of DeSantis. It's a function of Trump being, in the minds of most Republicans, even the ones that don't support him, being unfairly treated. My objective, really, and I'm Trump's lawyer. He's been my friend for 34 years, and I'd love to see him be reelected. And the main reason is because he's already done it. And I know how difficult the presidency is.
See, this is exactly what I was saying. He's about to go into that argument that, oh, well, DeSantis has never done it before. But Trump never did it before. And you just said he was the greatest president, or I think Rubin said that, but greatest president in a long time. Never done it before. So maybe being a career politician is a bad thing and not a good thing.
I don't know it from having done it, but I worked for Ronald Reagan, and I virtually lived in the Trump White House for 2 years as his lawyer. You never know, and I like DeSantis a lot. I appreciate him as an American. I appreciate him as a Republican. I don't think there's anything he said about him that isn't true in terms of his abilities as a governor, and maybe some advantages he would have as a candidate.
That's the other thing I need to hear, is that what is the dirt? You don't get to be, I always say you don't get to be a president and a good person at the same time. It just doesn't work. Good people don't get that far in politics. But governor's pretty far up there too. There's definitely some skeletons in that guy's closet, and it definitely matters what they are.
But what I do know is, I know exactly how Trump will react to the most difficult job that any American president is ever going to face.
What you don't know, though, is that DeSantis wouldn't react better.
To take our government back from, it's already been delivered over to socialism, if not totalitarianism in many respects. It's inbred within the federal government. The deep state really exists. It is much, much worse than I ever thought. And when Trump became president, I told him how bad the federal government was. He probably didn't know as much as I knew how bad it was.
Right. He didn't know because he had never done it before.
I was telling him a fairy tale when I was telling him that. It is much worse than I thought. Mm-hmm. It's going to take a man of tremendous courage to do it. And he's going to have to start on day one. I have no reason to believe that that DeSantis can't do that. But I've seen people, once they get into that office, not be able to do it. And honestly, nobody knows that answer. He could be a great governor, terrible president.
Or it could be a great governor and a better president. He's just, oh man, boomers are just like, bro, we're in the entertainment era of politics. I know you're old, but blow some lines or something. Like, I
don't say that he would be. If Trump isn't the nominee, I will support DeSantis. I probably will support any Republican over a Democrat. And I'll feel pretty comfortable that he has a good record as a governor, therefore he'll be a good president. But I won't be 100% sure that he'll be able to do all the things. Trump already did it.
Did he though? He did a pretty good job. But there's so many things that he promised that just didn't come to fruition. And I get that. You know, that's politics. But that's what we're talking about. That's exactly the point. Is that we've seen him not do all of the things that he said he was going to do, just like every other president. So your argument that he has done it before, when DeSantis has been a governor and way more well-liked outside of the base. Come on, more. Like what he's saying, just he just, you know, doesn't it doesn't make sense. And so Selvit Scorpion, I think you're right. He is saying that because he is Trump's pal, so he can't be for DeSantis. But again, that's politics. That's politics. So it's up to us to, you know, pay attention here, know that, understand where they're coming from, and be able to see through those biases to understand what exactly is the truth of it, or at least as close to the truth as we can get.
He delivered peace. He delivered one of our most prosperous eras that we had. He delivered the best economy for minorities that they've ever had. He achieved peaceful resolution, or it seemed to be, in the Middle East.
It would have been had Biden not.
I don't think there's anybody in this room that would doubt that Russia would not have invaded Ukraine if Trump were the president. Just wouldn't have happened. Nope. Just think of all those people that would be alive today if we hadn't made the mistake of electing Mr. Demented. I mean, we would have. No, well, just think of it. I mean, those people would be alive today. Today, he put out his Afghanistan report, and he blamed Afghanistan on Trump. Although Afghanistan is not necessarily a mistake because we left. It's a perfectly reasonable decision to leave. I think you could defend either decision, leave or stay. It's how we left.
Yup.
He handled how we left, right? Trump didn't make the decision to take out the troops before you take out the civilians. Now, I don't understand that. I will never understand that decision.
I said, shit, me neither.
There had to be somebody on his staff, even if he is demented, that would say to him, Mr. President, we usually do it the other way around. We leave the troops so the civilians can leave. And in a country that's dominated by terrorists, who these civilians have been fighting, you basically can get them all killed. I mean, only a
evil.
I don't even know
evil.
If you're owned by China why you would do that, except Gates saying that he always makes the wrong decision about foreign policy. It isn't he makes the wrong decision about foreign policy. In addition to being demented, before he was demented, he was profoundly stupid. And he was put there because he's profoundly stupid, because he can be manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is what I think it was, who was just saying this? I'm sorry, I can't find the comment, but yeah, just saying that, you know, they put him up because they know that they couldn't do anything else. And we're like, we just got to get somebody to push Trump out of the way, and then we'll worry about what we're doing next. Lame duck president.
I don't know if I don't know if I can take my hat off, a Trump hat off, and say,
can you though?
If I were running DeSantis' campaign, I'd wait this out. I wouldn't. There are times in which it doesn't make sense to try to fight the inevitable. This is too big for a candidate to take on. What's going on with Trump? It's going to resolve itself. You got to have patience, and then that's the time for him to move forward if that's what he wants to do.
Pat, at the end of the day, I guess I would say, who do you think can bring in more new voters? Where can Trump go to find new votes? If we're to believe.
Great question. Great question.
that the last election was legit. Now, Trump doesn't believe it was legit, but if we're all playing in the pool that the election was legit,
Thank
we
you,
know
brother.
that he got 75 million votes and Biden got 81 million votes,
Right.
despite the dementia and everything else, right? So if we believe
let's
that,
not forget the most popular president of all time is Joe Biden. I mean, we have to put the facts out there.
It's incredible.
81 million votes. Yeah.
And the ice cream and all of it, corn pop,
for sure.
everybody.
But
person.
you know what it would be? The question you're asking, I'll go to Adam. And
Yeah.
here's why I'm going to Adam, because of what you said earlier. You know, you've spoken to Adam a couple times. You know where he's at politically. When Adam and I first met at an insurance conference years ago, I thought he was just a good-looking guy. I'm like, this is a good-looking guy going around trying to sell people insurance, right? And I said, hey, why don't you get on camera and do something, right? And then boom. Next thing you know, he calls, hey, Pat, let's get together. I'd love to come and join the Valuetainment team. He flies from Miami to Addison. Is staying with us for a couple of years. It's now been 2.5 years. And I asked him, I said, so tell me politically where you stand. What do you think about Trump? What do you think about all these guys? And his opinions was very like, there's no way in the world, you know, Russia, all this other stuff. Adam, for yourself, 2.5 years.
All right. Before he answers his question, what I remember about this podcast watching, the first hour was, good in terms of the background, but there is a lot of stuff here. So we are, I mean, you can see here, we are 47 minutes into a 2.5 hour thing. So we have two options, and I'm giving them to you, and it's going to be in a poll. We can either keep going with the full thing and go, see as far as we can go, and then do part 2 on Monday, or there are some clips from the from this podcast that are after what we haven't seen yet, which is about 45 to 50 minutes of content that we will be able to go and cover tonight. So the poll is going up. Would you prefer to continue with the straight up podcast and go as far as we can and then do part 2 on Monday? Or would you like us to get through the first hour and then go to the clips so we can get through the whole thing? Let's see what we got while you guys are filling that out. Jason Ray says, if I remember right, I think the legal immunity for the troops was expiring in Afghanistan and they couldn't negotiate an extension. So that's why they pulled out so rapidly. Interesting. Did not know that. And then Harley, our resident fact checker, has a list of rumored candidates: John Bolton, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Mike Pompeo, Rick Scott, Tim Scott, any relation? Chris Sununu, you guys know I'm terrible with names. Stacey Abrams, who would vote for her? Pete Buttigieg, Liz Cheney, Ted Cruz, Kamala Harris. Okay, I was the vice president for Joe Biden. Okay, but now it is my turn because I am black and as a woman and I am wearing a blue shirt. It is my turn to be the president. Sorry, I just had to. And Josh Hawley. Then we've got Jesus Christ, Amy Klobuchar, Gavin Newsom, Kristi Noem, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Gretchen Whitmer, and Glenn Youngkin. That is a long list. So yeah, I think you're right. If all of these people start going, then if all these people run, it's gonna be crazy. And I'm kind of here for it. Especially with the Democrats going on each other, I am here for it.
3 years. You've seen what's happened, okay?
I think so, too.
You're not the biggest Trump supporter. You got a guy you got DeSantis here in Florida. How do you feel as an independent? You used to be a center left. You're maybe in the middle right now. How do you feel as a voter between Trump and DeSantis?
All right, guys, we got 4 votes. We're at 75% for part 2 on Monday. So we're just going to stick with this and see how far we can go. If you would like like us to go to the clip so we can get through everything today and then do something completely different on Monday, make sure you get your vote in. I'm going to leave it up for another 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, number one, what a great looking crowd we got here. Just before I answer this, what if you pander to the crowd for a second?
Wait, I forgot what the question was.
How do you feel as an independent? You used to be a center left. You're maybe in the middle right now. How do you feel as a voter between Trump and DeSantis?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, Harley, you forgot about Kanye West. Or Ye. His name is Ye. All right.
Well, number one, what a great looking crowd we got here. Just before I answer this, what if you pander to the crowd for a second? Great to see everybody here. But I think Dave's absolutely right, because for me, it's all about upside.
All right, we're letting it ride.
We know that Trump's upside is 50% at best. Did he ever reach above a 50% approval rating? Ever?
He might have.
I think he did. I'm pretty sure. Let's
He
see.
might have at one point, but it's actually moot
Okay.
at this point. It's like, where are the new voters
Right.
now?
And if the Republican Party wants to get independence, because that's what it's all about. We say this all the time on the podcast. 45% of America's voting left, 45% of America's voting right. There's nothing you could do about it. Whether you're Bernie Sanders, whether you're Rudy Giuliani, they're going there. So you got to figure out the 10%, where are they willing to go? And I think so everyone has a tipping point with Trump, in my opinion. So whether it was, for me, it was the whole, what are your thoughts about David Duke? He's like, I don't even know who David Duke is. He's like, he's the leader of the Ku Klux Klan. I don't know who that is.
Why is that a breaking moment for you? I didn't know who David Duke was before that whole thing. Why would anybody else? Did any of you know who David Duke was? Is the KKK relevant as of whatever, 2016 or 2020, whatever that was? The KKK. You think that's a household name? Okay.
Everyone has a tipping point, and I kind of want to find out when your tipping point was. But for me, if you ask me, like, Adam, what do you stand for? I'm just sick of Americans at each other's throat. Half my friends are Republicans, half my friends are Democrats, and they're like, all my Republican friends are like, you're a freaking socialist, liberal, whack job, and all my liberal friends are like, you're a MAGA supporting, like, crazy person. I'm like, I'm just a cool dude that lives in Miami that has 2 cats. Like, can I just hang out with some chicks and hang out with my buddies? Like, no, you have to pick a side. It's like, I don't want to pick a side.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You have to pick a side. There is no neutral. There is no middle ground anymore. Everything. If it's not left, it's right. If it's not expressly in favor of whatever the left is pushing, it is automatically right wing.
Because I think both sides are kind of ridiculous right now. But
He's trying to say DeSantis very slowly.
Yes,
You see what's happening here.
Yes. Just for me, I think it's what president or what candidate. I know you said that DeSantis hasn't declared yet. You're not sure if he's going to run. He's going to run. No, you're not like top of the polls and decide to pull back. What candidate can get to a 60% approval rating? And I say this all the time. And what can Donald Trump do to get north of 50%?
Get behind bars. I think that is the only thing. That's the only thing that's going to bring more moderate people. He has his base. And I do think that the modern landscape of politics is way more about the base than the people in the middle. Because, as we just went over, there is no middle anymore. And so, yeah, I mean, but like, why would we expect any random politician to just like off the top of his head know who David Duke was? It's just weird that it's just weird that that was my tipping point when you didn't know who. Like, I get it if you're a libertarian and Gary Johnson was on whatever it was. They were like, "What are your feelings on Aleppo?" He's like, "What is Aleppo?" Okay, if that's a tipping point for you because you don't know about Aleppo when we're in Syria, as a libertarian candidate, yes, that is a tipping point. He's running for the birthday party. Is that real? Is that a real thing? No, that's not a real thing.
There's nothing that we've seen that can get us there. And I think there's something, to your credit, there's something about DeSantis, whether it's the youth, whether it's the way he handled COVID, whether what he's done in Florida, that there's something so attractive about the guy that even though he hasn't announced his candidacy yet, people are still clamoring for him.
By the way,
and that's a great point. I don't know how I kind of glossed over this, but the whole Rona thing, there's a lot of people like myself who were kind of non-committal, and it's all the mandates and the lockdowns and stuff that pushed us over the edge. And we can't forget that Trump, obviously at the beginning, we didn't know as much as we knew by the time Biden was in office. But a lot of that stuff was Trump. And it didn't need to happen the way it did. And it caused a lot of trouble for me personally.
The way, guys, don't forget, Joe Rogan, who has a pretty popular podcast, and obviously knew that Biden was broken and this whole thing was fraudulent. Rogan didn't vote instead of saying I was going to vote for Trump, right? Mm-hmm. So he didn't want to take that risk, but he has since said that he would support DeSantis. Elon Musk, who is a lifetime Democrat, has now said that he would vote for DeSantis. So it shows you that something culturally beyond just the politics of who can change this vote and, what do you think on that policy or what's going on with the trial? There's something else culturally going on here where some of the tastemakers are finally being like, boy, I thought that Republicans were supposed to be these mean, evil, scary people who only cared about money and war, but actually it's not the case. And DeSantis is modeling that.
Let me ask you a question. What was the moment, because you were supporter of Trump. You voted for Trump 16 and 20.
No, not 16. I voted for Gary Johnson, the independent, really, because I was stoned when I was going into the...
I can't say anything. I voted for Hillary in 16, so... Oh, man. I'll never live that down.
Voting booth. Yeah.
Right. So you came around.
Yeah.
So you didn't go Joe Jorgensen in 20. You wisened up.
No, and I was
why not Joe?
I will vote for Dave Smith, though. I will vote for Dave Smith.
No, because by that point, I really liked President Trump, and I completely agree with Rudy. The things that he just laid out there.
But by the way, historically, Joe Jorgensen is known as one of the greatest debaters of all time.
Did you see what happened to her on my show?
Her retirement after going on PBD podcast.
Oh, you did it to her too? Because you know what happened on my show? She goes through an hour of explaining everything, and I'm like, yeah, I'm very sympathetic to libertarian ideas, and I voted for Gary Johnson, and then she did the stupidest thing you can possibly do on a show like ours. She goes, so Dave, are you going to vote for me? And I was like, no. No, I'm voting for Trump. So she just walked, she just laid, and you can see the moment. It got clipped like a Dave, you can see her die like slow motion, Yeah.
What was the moment where you, cool shoes, by the way.
Aldo, $75, nothing.
Save that money.
Why don't you, Adam, this is the more important part than what you're talking about, because while we're having dinner, here's what we learned from Dave. I think it's very important to all the political strategists to pay attention to this part, because there may be a big clue here. Dave pointed out that typically dog owners are Republicans. And he pointed out that cat owners are Democrats. So one of the things that Republicans got to think about is the next time DeSantis is doing an ad, he should pet a cat. To get some of the people to be like, hey, you're a Republican. You're a Republican. Meow, you're a Republican.
Jason, this is hilarious. He wasn't one of the Duke boys or the Dukes of Hazzard. I love that. That's hilarious. But that's exactly my point. Nobody keeps up with the KKK in 2020, whatever.
And then maybe you can convert some based on what Dave, you pointed out tonight. Honestly, I thought it was a brilliant strategy.
That's better political analysis than you're going to get on CNN tonight. So,
well, I will nominate my two cats for DeSantis's campaign rally. Well, what was the moment that you officially said, all right, Donald Trump, thank you for your service. I'm on the DeSantis train now.
Didn't he? Oh, no. He said his own moment was not knowing David Duke. But okay, let's see what Rubin was.
Oh,
what was the moment?
Well, that I was on the DeSantis. Look, again, I like Trump, so it's just from being here.
Right.
I have
you're
seen
about
it.
DeSantis now.
Yeah, look, I've seen it. I've seen what you all see in this state. Crime is not running rampant. Taxes are low. We have lowest all-time unemployment here. The biggest problem in Florida, and I asked DeSantis this on the show a couple weeks ago, we have a housing price problem because 1,200 people move here a day. 1 million people in 3 years. It's roughly equivalent to the million that left California. So it simply is a matter of seeing something functional and competent, and you are voting for DeSantis, my friend.
I'm in.
There you
go. Are you basically saying that if Gavin Newsom was the nominee of the Democratic Party, there's no chance that you would support your old friend Governor Gavin Newsom?
Ooh, piece of candy.
Oh God.
This is where Dave gets triggered, by the way.
I hate Gavin
Newsom. I did that on purpose.
I've never hated someone so much. I don't like having the feeling of hate. I honestly, people say they're.
If I lived in California, I probably would feel the same way. But for me, there's only one person that I hate in this world, and it is Anthony Fauci.
lizard people. I actually believe he's a lizard person. Like I believe he is a lizard wearing the skin, much like Silence of the Lambs. Like he has created a human body out of human skin, and he's wearing it. He's a
Clarice.
Yeah, lotion in the basket. He is an evil freak, and I would just leave the country. Yeah,
That's it?
Yeah, that's
Moving
it.
to
That would
Canada?
be it. That would be it for me.
Okay.
So Ziggs, Florida is right here. This one is Florida.
So let's go to a different topic. I kind of want to
Can
talk.
I just say something about that?
Yeah, of course.
I think you're being your analysis is naive. It's much too early to know how good a candidate DeSantis will be. He came out of the gate when they first thought about him very strong. He lost that lead very easily.
But you just specified that had nothing to do with DeSantis, that had to do with Trump.
Political, I mean, I ran for president. I've been involved in 4 presidential campaigns.
When were you president again? Oh, got him.
The front runner usually loses the nomination. Usually. That's more often than wins it. And if I were analyzing DeSantis, I would say his initial lead was ephemeral, not solid.
I thought he was going to say effeminate.
Because it wouldn't have been lost that quickly with the indictment and the whole thing. And right now he's substantially behind. And there are other candidates as well. And they're like you were wondering, why does Vivek go after DeSantis and not Trump? Because he's got to get past DeSantis. DeSantis is in a position where the other Republicans will go after him before they will go after Trump. Because in order to vie with Trump, they have to become DeSantis. And secondly, there's no price you pay in going after DeSantis. He's not an icon of 40% of the people.
He's a good-looking guy. He's a very good voice.
Yeah, but nobody loves him yet.
Mayor.
Well, they don't know him. They just know him they don't know
raspy
this.
voice. You don't like the raspy voice? That's a sexy
I
voice.
was sent to Florida to help him win in 18 because he was losing to Gillum. The guy that got him through was Trump. He got through on Trump's popularity.
Oh, you're talking Newsom right now or DeSantis?
I'm talking about DeSantis.
Oh, okay, I thought
he was
Newsom.
not a particularly good candidate.
You were talking about.
I'm talking. I'm still
Okay.
on like Newsom.
I'm thinking of a raspy voice.
By the way, here's
I
the other
didn't know what you
question.
were doing
Here's
just
the other.
there.
And I'm thinking he's talking Newsom. Here's the other question though. For the Democratic side, okay, go a complete different angle. So you as a Republican, who do you want running to give you the highest chances of winning? Do you want it to be Biden or do you think Newsom stands a better chance?
No, I think Newsom.
Newsom definitely stands a way better chance than Biden. Right? I mean, just the fact that people who are on the left, the further left they go, the more they like the policies that are getting pushed in California. So I think, I think he would definitely be a stronger candidate just because people don't know things and they've already seen how bad Biden is. And Newsom, again, tall, good-looking dude, and he can talk. So I think he would be a bigger threat.
Looking, tall, well-spoken, goes to French Laundry.
Frightening.
You know,
he's frightening.
I
think Newsom would be. It's hard to see. This is so ridiculous analyzing who's easier to beat because usually the person you think is easier to beat is the person who
Nobody's heard of Vivek?
beats you.
Right. Well,
The
I know
examples
what
like
Wednesday's show
Reagan
is.
and Trump, and there are probably others that I can think of. Right now, I would.
It's I really don't know. I would be, better than our president, Joe Biden. I don't know if I could deal with 4 years of that. I don't know.
I'd worry about Biden because it's so damn corrupt. And for some reason, I mean, he's unpopular. His unpopularity is up around 56, 57%. It should be about 65%. I mean, there's still kind of an affection for him that's scary. I mean, he is a terrible president. But let's put everything aside. DeSantis, Trump, everything aside. He probably is definitely the worst president of my lifetime. He may be the worst president.
Did I? Oh, I'm sorry, Mort. I know. Kamala Harris is terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's get you another treat soon.
Never. I'm trying to think of a president that hurt this country more than him in a short period of time.
This is interesting, Ziggs. Why do you say that? They must give Kamala the last 6 months of this term. That's an interesting thought, and I'm very curious where it comes from. Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Got people killed because of his incompetence, like Afghanistan. Those people would have wouldn't have just been Trump who would have said no to taking out the troops before the. Almost any sane person would do that. How about leaving $45 billion worth of lethal arms behind at Bagram Air Base?
Who wouldn't do that?
In a country dominated by terrorists who you know are going to use them to kill your own people.
Oh, well, that's never been done before, right?
Which they have done. That decision can only be made by a traitor or a madman. I mean, the guy has been a terrible president.
But does he
there
have
is
your
something,
vote, Mr. Giuliani?
No, but
Biden
there's something scary about it. In being able, the American people don't register that. They watch him. 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, he told the story about giving his uncle the Congressional Medal of Honor. His uncle didn't want it. And his father told him at his inauguration as vice president that his uncle had never gotten his medal. So he organized a big ceremony in the White House and gave him the medal. Now, here are the facts. His uncle never got the Congressional Medal of Honor. There's no evidence of it anywhere. His uncle was dead for 5 years before he was in the White House, and his father was dead for 7 years before he was in the White House. He repeated the story after being told that a week later. So
about 2 months
ago, the guy's delusional.
So Zig said they must give Kamala the last 6 months of this term. I asked why. He said, remember, Biden said he is just there for one term, then then it was supposed to be her anyway. So she's finishing off the season. Oh, okay. I thought you had some strategy thing there that would do something, but interesting.
Do you remember about 2 months ago, out of nowhere, he was giving a speech and he announced that he had cancer? And then literally everybody was like, he doesn't have cancer. That's just the dementia. It's like,
that's not better.
That's the level that we're at.
He should be more unpopular.
Yeah.
There's something going on. I mean, he should be whatever, he should have the highest disapproval ratings of any president.
I want to go to Tom. Tom, for you, we've been friends for 15 years. Right. You grew up, you lived in Florida, Boca, right around here. You grew up, you've lived in Connecticut, California. We've lived together in California, Texas, and Florida. We met in California. You've done very well in business, Silicon Valley. You've been professor at Biola, Pepperdine. You've done all this stuff. You're married. You got 2 kids. Your daughter's about to go to school. Your wife is here with us. When you're looking at all the things that's going on right now, okay, for yourself, you got DeSantis, you got Newsom, you got Trump. I want you to speak from the paranoid side, because you got a paranoid side as a business person, because we have to be, or else you'll go out of business. From the paranoid side, what's keeping you up at night saying, this is my concern. If XYZ happens, we could be in the same situation as we were 2.5 years ago. What are you thinking?
Chopping up children. Chopping up and sterilizing children. I don't even have children, and that keeps me up at night.
Well, I feel like I'm watching, Japanese kabuki theater play out, with the media and the things that
that's racist.
They're bouncing right now. It says, I look at it and I say, wow, isn't it sort of coincidental that a very well-versed research group drops 500 pages of Oppo research on the very day that the indictment is finally dropped?
Who knew about that? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew about the DeSantis Oppo research dropping on the day of the indictment.
By a man convinced by the Democratic Party to become a kamikaze pilot, which is brag. And I think that's basically what's happened to his job. I think he's just basically taken one for the team. They promised him a book deal, and that's what's going to be right. You're going to be out of office, you get a book deal, just like the press secretaries do. Or you'll get a show on MSNBC, you're all going to be good. I look at it and I say, wait a minute, what's going on that we see here, down below here, this is a pretty skillful game that's being played. And it bothers me. And what it bothers me is that we've lost the ability to rationally debate one another over core issues. But
You know what he's talking about, right? The same two things that I always talk about: semantic obfuscation and dogmatic thinking. Those two things I have pinpointed as the reason that discourse has fallen apart. Semantic obfuscation and dogmatic thinking. Put those together and you get Biden.
protect the soil that we're standing on that allows us to have free speech and have that debate.
And I also noticed no ones in the chat. But yeah, there was like a 500-page thing on that they just give to like anybody. Let's see if we can get a little thing here. DeSantis Oppo research. That's not how you spell research. Let's go with the Tampa Bay Times. Let's see what we got here. All right. Democratic group publishes 500-page DeSantis opposition research file. DeSantis is the first person who is not an incumbent president to get the opposition research book by American Bridge. There we go. Donald Trump, shout out to Emily Mahoney. Donald Trump isn't the only one treating Ron DeSantis like a candidate for president, even in the absence of the governor launching an official 2024 campaign. Democratic opposition research group American Bridge this week published an online book. So this is what I want. I want to actually see the stuff. Yeah. Okay. So you can just go through all this and it will show you talking points on Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is a failed governor. Ron DeSantis' justification for running for president is what he calls the Florida blueprint. But facing crisis after crisis in the state, DeSantis failed to rise to the occasion, and results speak for themselves. So they have in metric after metric, DeSantis. So article here, and it's 500 pages. DeSantis is a threat to Social Security and Medicare. Ron DeSantis is a bumbling, corrupt, and authoritarian politician. Despite being a career politician, DeSantis isn't ready for prime time. And he goes on and on and on and on and on. And, whoa, wrong way. How do I get to... Yeah, so, all of this stuff. 500 pages for somebody who has not even announced that they are running for president yet. And nobody knew. Thinking like damn dogs. I mean, this is typical for any president. But the fact is, he has not announced that he's running for president. Baller status. He stole that right off a mobster's hand. Yeah. Yup.
That's my concern. And what keeps me up at night is like, you're arguing on a podium that may be on fire and you're both going to fall through if you follow the metaphor.
Of course.
And I'm like, be careful what you wish for. And I've had a lot of liberal friends in California. We got along well. We worked at the same companies. For 5 years, I had, a gay boss. I didn't care. Was he a good boss or not? And we all got along. There was no animus on, oh, you're this, you're this. There wasn't like this dividing line. Like, I feel like today, if I flip back the clock to be 30 years old again and had the same situation, would there be this different vibe that's going on between people? And I think there would be. And I think it's terrible.
It's all about the vibes.
And what keeps me up at night is that I look at my girls and I say, what platform is there going to be tomorrow to have rational discussions with people about things that matter? And I think we need to have like a strong leader rise up to be the president who can basically pull people together, but do it from a period of from a position of strength, from a position of poise, from a position of leadership.
And I just don't believe in Trump's ability, as Rubin brought up. I don't believe in his ability to bring in the numbers. And I mean, I feel like a lot more. Yeah, I think a lot more people would vote Democrat if Trump was running than like there's people who wouldn't vote if Ron DeSantis was running, but they'll vote Democrat if Trump runs. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, one of the greatest, compliments people gave Reagan, and I go back on this, is when they said, other countries, remember when they said, he's crazy? What that meant was that they were a little afraid of him, and that little afraid became respect. Because you know what? It's not that he might push the button and blow up the whole world with nukes, but he was willing to take, Kaiser Sose move, the one move that the other guy wouldn't. And it kind of keeps seeing some balance to strong leadership. So what keeps me up is waiting for strong leadership to emerge and waiting for America to come back.
Do you think there's a chance that Biden or Newsom gets in the White House in 2024? Like, is there a concern that one of those two could be in the White House in 2024?
Yeah, my concern is.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have to. This was how Trump got elected, is people not taking him seriously, myself included. And I mean, for better, not for worse, but that's a mistake that we can't afford to make. To underestimate the power of the Democrats to organize, change the rules, and do whatever they have to do to win.
Is that what they're doing here is inflaming a wing of the GOP to give Trump enough juice to win the primary, because I think that they are scared spitless of a moderate candidate with potential like DeSantis.
Got it.
I think they're terrified of that.
How many guys feel
I like that scared spitless. Thank you for censoring yourself. I think his name's Tom.
that way, by the way? How many guys feel the way he's saying right now? Really? Really? Okay, very. By the way, just out of curiosity, how many of you guys don't have that concern? Make some noise if you're not. So more have that concern. So on the same sentiments as you. Interesting.
Let me ask you a question, Pat. I mean, I guess I could ask it to everyone here. What would you say is DeSantis's biggest downside, right? We can all pick apart Trump's biggest downside, but what would DeSantis's biggest downside would
I disagree here, Ziggs.
be? I think, I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I think what you would say is he hasn't done it before, and this job is so big that it can eat anybody alive. But let's not forget, it kind of ate Trump alive too. And again, I voted for him and support him. He kept Fauci the entire time. He ended up fighting and
I don't
firing.
think that's the question.
So what would
Ziggs, your math ain't mathin'. If DeSantis beats Biden and DeSantis equals Trump, then how does Biden beat Trump? The math ain't mathin'.
I don't think that's
what would you say?
Okay, here's what I would say. I think DeSantis and
Hey, no freedoms back in the building. Welcome. I didn't even read this, so let's make sure you're all good. No just thing in white America. People have been divided since the beginning. Trump wasn't that bad. I can see him in 2024. DeSantis is most likely a racist or a dumbass. Any evidence to that, or are you just opining? Either way, welcome to the party, brother.
and his camp need to come together at his house or the office and sit down and watch the documentary of Roger Ailes that's called Divide and Conquer and see how
Where is that from? I would definitely be down to go over that.
a 25, 26-year-old Roger Ailes helped a Nixon who was a brilliant operator but was not good on camera become a marketer so he can get elected because Ailes understood marketing. Nixon did not. Nixon wasn't a marketable product. He was not charming. He was not charismatic. Nixon helped with McConnell. Nixon helped with Hannity, O'Reilly, all of these guys. Not Nixon, I'm sorry, Ailes. You need an Ailes in your life, right? Everybody needs an Ailes in their life.
Was my first campaign manager.
There you go, Roger.
One of my best friends, and I was his lawyer.
How great of a campaign manager was he?
$40 million deal with Fox, which is one of the reasons Fox hates me, because they only wanted to give him $20 million. So I know Roger was a very close friend.
Somebody who is older than me and has been paying attention to politics a lot longer, would you say that based on what PBD was just saying, that Roger Ailes would be to the right what James Carver was to the left? I don't know a lot about that. So genuine question out there if anybody knows.
Hear me out on what I'm saying. This is the point I'm making. So I think First of all, man, I'm going to upset a lot of people. The chances of me ever interviewing
go.
DeSantis and him coming to our podcast every day goes lower and lower and lower. The more I say what I say, he'll come to you and you can ask the question that I say, and then you can
I'll
pose
put
it
in
to
a good
him.
word for it. Yeah, I mean,
but let me tell you what my concern is. Here's my call out is to the following: who the hell is on his marketing team? Why the hell do you come out with this book in February, knowing you can't launch till July, and the book drops out of 100 ranking on Amazon 1 month later? What the hell are you thinking? If you know you can't run till July, you don't launch a book till June. What are you doing launching a book in February?
That's a great point. That's a great point. That is business politics 101.
Do it in late May. Do it in June. And then go on a ton of podcasts. Go on a ton of shows.
Patrick,
Make sure your book is number one.
You're being too tough on him.
I'm not. I can be
You
tough
are.
on him.
No.
But
You're
wait
being,
a minute. Let me
he's
be
a
the one
first-time
that's-
candidate.
No, that-
First-time candidates make mistakes.
But no, it's not about. I'm not calling him out. I didn't call him out. I'm calling his marketing team out. My conversation is to the marketing team.
Yep.
This is not a call out to him. I think he's a phenomenal candidate.
I don't like that. I don't like that. It's not him. It's just his marketing team. Who's in charge of his marketing team?
I think he's crushed it. We're in Florida because of him. When we were in Dallas and I'm getting ready to go through the process of selling the insurance company, my wife and I and the family sat down and we looked at moving back to Newport Beach. Newsom eliminated that decision like this. We were looking at moving to Greenwich because we're starting a media company and I'd much rather be in New York to compete with these guys. We're looking at Nashville. I lived in Nashville for a couple of years right outside of it. We're looking at Tampa. We're looking at Fort Lauderdale. We're looking at Miami. We're looking at Manalapan. Or we're looking at staying in Dallas, where Dallas was eliminated. Greenwich was eliminated because the way they were handling COVID. Nashville, we like the water. The beach is not that good in Nashville. We like the beach more in Florida. So we decided on Florida because of DeSantis.
Yeah.
So this is not a message I'm giving. It's the criticism to the marketing campaign. I went and talked to one of the biggest churches in town. I won't name the person. They came and we started working with these guys. I sat with their marketing team. And I said, can I just talk to your marketing team directly and give me the permission to call them out and let them be pissed off at me, not you? He says, go for it. I said, you're dealing in a time right now where parents are frightened to send them to public school because their kids are coming home saying, Mom, I got a call on a Max 7 this week saying a guy was holding one of our guys' hands in a private school in Dallas saying, hey, I like you. I'm gay. This kid is 10 years old, 12 years old, flirting with this other guy. The mom doesn't know how to handle it. She's worried. She's afraid. What does she do about it? So many parents right now are frightened about where to send their kids.
Shout out to Dave Chappelle in the back here.
Transgender. Well, this kid's transgender. How about you? Have you thought about having this? Are you sure you're straight? Is it only this? Have you thought about having this? All this confusion that you have, churches should be packed right now. Every church in America should be packed right now. What the hell are the marketing teams at these churches doing?
Here's the thing. He is absolutely right. Because of the fact that, despite the fact that I'm an atheist, the fact that, there hasn't been a push to, an effective push, not just, oh, you need Jesus, to get more moderate people to separate themselves from the far left, because right now moderates see themselves as I'm just a regular liberal. They see there's liberalism and then there's far right wing. Why? This is precisely why we need that hierarchical value infrastructure that I talk about all the time, and that tying religion to politics is the worst idea you could ever do. But we're not there yet. So since we're not there, and since the church has gatekept morality, what are they doing? Christians, what are y'all doing to get people on your side?
So my call is not a call out to the pastors. My call is a call out to the marketing team of the DeSantis campaign.
But in the same way, it is not up to parishioners to get them into a specific church. Yeah, if you want to go and proselytize into the religion itself, but it is the pastors They are the leaders. And in the same way, DeSantis is the leader. What happened to the old adage that with the president, the buck stops here? Everybody wants to pass the buck. But here, we're just making excuses.
That's all it is. Not Ron.
Yeah.
It's the marketing team.
Well, actually, I think, first off, I will gladly, I'm sure you guys have reached out in every possible way, but I will gladly try to get that up the chain. That's just one thing, because
His marketing
you should
campaign's
sit down
probably
with him,
gonna say,
obviously.
stay away from PBD.
No, they won't. Well, but think about it. What
If you're
you're
watching, you know you did.
podcast.
Oh,
You said stay away from PBD because you're scared, marketing team. Not Ron. You are. They're holding them
dude,
back.
you're known as fair as possible. So I don't know what's going on there, but putting that aside for a second, what your criticism of, which is totally legit,
Marketing team.
you have a very solvable problem, right? What you just laid out there was a very solvable problem.
Terrible timing on the book.
You could even you could be the guy to sit down with him and say, hey, this is what the problem is, and I can actually help you solve for that
He doesn't
problem.
trust a lot of people, which you can't blame him.
That may be, but in essence, you're
Yeah.
giving, I asked you for the biggest criticism, and your criticism, which I'm not arguing with, is actually very solvable. Like you can,
It is.
Yes. So that doesn't seem that deep to, not that deep. It doesn't seem
Dave,
that
how do you launch a
problematic.
book and you only do a couple shows thinking the book is going to sell on its own?
Okay, but PBD is missing the point, is that we went back to his original claim is that at the end of the day, DeSantis is going to be better, in Rubin's words and opinion. He is going, and I mean, I agree, but I'm just parroting him, that DeSantis is going to be better at bringing in more new voters. Now, I will be a new Trump voter. I didn't vote for Trump in 2020. So if Trump is, I will be one of the new voters. But I think I'll be in the minority. I think people who are for Trump have already voted for Trump, most people. And then, like we were talking about, if Trump is in office, or if Trump is running, I mean, then a lot more people who wouldn't care, thus being better for Trump, would vote for whoever the Democrat is.
Well, I think it was #1 New York Times.
For
but
how
that,
long?
But that whole thing
2
is
weeks.
nonsense. Yeah.
That shouldn't be the case with the #1 governor in America that had a state that everybody wanted to move to. That should not be I read the whole book.
Yeah.
That should not be the case. And if you read the book, you will see how many times he gave credit to Trump in the book.
Yeah.
A lot of people on New York Times or somebody wrote an op-ed saying the fact that he never he took shots at Trump. There was no shots at Trump. He kept giving credit if it wasn't for the tweet, if it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for that. That book was marketed in the shittiest way possible. Again, I'm okay being the target. All I'm saying is the marketing team deserves the criticism.
Sure. I'll also say this, having launched my second book just a couple months before that, I mean, I fired basically everyone I worked with. The book industry is so old and broken.
It's not.
That, but that's not an excuse. I'm not saying that's an excuse.
You can't blame the book. I'm dealing with Simon & Schuster and Penguin. Here's what I said to them the other day. We have a call. Mario, if Mario's somewhere around here, he remembers when he was on the call. Mario, you're somewhere around here.
So before they go into that, fair enough. I'm far from ever claiming that Trump is a good person. And so fine. I will, okay, fine. He's guilty of all of this. We still have the question, why now? Why are we setting this precedent? Because of this. No, you're fine. You're fine. But fine, I'll take that. I don't know the ins and outs of it. So okay. I'm not trying to argue that here because I don't have any better information. I still think if it was that simple, then he would not CNN wouldn't be saying that there was a nothing burger. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's say yes, he is completely guilty and all of that. Then why is it worth upending the traditions that we have of not prosecuting former presidents for this? Why is that a good thing for America? That is the question.
They said, well, we think this should be the title. I said, okay, cool. You want that as a title, Vinny? We can hear you. You want that as a title? Yes. Okay. Oh, we think this should be the title. I said, can I just pause and ask a question? Yes. If you guys plan on selling the shit out of this, pick the title. Go for it. But if you want me to sell the book, I want this title.
Which is exactly the argument against you separating Ron DeSantis and the marketing team and whatever, I forget what else he said, but the pastors and the parishioners Who is in charge? Who is the president? Who is trying to be the president?
And you see everybody's faces. This is a pretty heavyweight guy. I got a lot of respect for him. I love this guy, matter of fact. He's a stud of a guy. He says, well, you know what? Why don't you pick the title? I said, no shit, I want to pick the title. Because you want me to sell the book. You don't sell a book nowadays asking the publisher to sell your book. They're not marketers.
No,
This isn't the right question, Ziggs, because I mean, I think any felony is a severe crime. Well, I mean, just blanket statement. But by definition, felony is the nomenclature for more serious versus a misdemeanor. The question is it a severe enough crime to upend our political norms and open the door for criminal prosecutions against all former living presidents? And then, I mean, at that point, why not just say, hey, even though he's dead, he did these crimes, and somebody has to pay for it because it was under the government. So now we're prosecuting dead presidents. Why is this a reason to do that? Or do you think this is a severe enough crime to open the door to Obama getting arrested?
they do nothing.
So again, marketing team, change your strategy.
Right.
You got watch the Roger Ailes documentary Divide and Conquer tonight.
Can I add
Great,
one thing
it's
to
a
that?
solvable
Please.
problem. Yeah.
By the way, he made me watch that documentary. Amazing documentary. Go watch that tonight when you get home, guys.
Thanks for adding that, bro.
But I feel like you have a product and you have marketing. We talked about this. Natalia will know this.
Oh, I remember this. This is a good point. He's making a good point here.
I would much rather have a marketing problem than a product problem. Because if you have a shitty product, what the hell are you marketing? Okay? But if you have a great product, i.e. Ron DeSantis, you can clean up the marketing. So say what you want about Trump. He does not have a marketing problem. The problem is kind of the product. But DeSantis, in my opinion, I think is a great product, but he needs to relook into his marketing.
I think that was a very irresponsible comment about him not being a great product. He was probably the best president we've had in 50 years. So when DeSantis can be the
According to who, though? We're having the conversation about the people who are in the middle. According to people on the right, yeah. But that's not who we're talking about in this specific context.
best president for 4 years, I'll agree with you. But DeSantis hasn't been in the White House. He was not a particularly effective congressman. He was a terrible candidate when he ran the first time for office.
Okay, but again, you made was it him? I'm pretty sure he was the one that made the point that he originally almost got beat in his first gubernatorial race and then won in a landslide in this most recent one. Why is it that everyone in politics has to speak out of both sides of their mouth? Why can't you just have a thing and then say the thing? And if your thing is wrong, then just be like, oh shit, I was wrong.
And by the way,
But you also step into great ones.
let me finish. You can't separate the product and the marketing. That's bullshit. That's lack of leadership. I never separated from my team. I'm responsible for my marketing. I'm responsible for my press secretary. I'm responsible for my administration. If I did that, I would have been a lousy mayor. So if you're telling me that you want to do a separation of, well, let's blame the marketing, but not the guy who's in charge, Ron DeSantis, you don't have a leader.
There you go.
You got to follow forward. The marketing team is running everything. Of course he's responsible for his marketing. He's responsible for everything that happens in the damn campaign. And if he's not, he shouldn't be president. We don't know if he is like that. I honestly, I think it's more important that we keep Democrats out of the White House than any of these guys, than DeSantis, than Trump, than Cruz, or I'd be willing to consider somebody else if they.
No freedoms. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. That's your first warning. Please, just play nice.
had a better chance of saving this country.
RFK, Robert.
No, I know RFK for years. He sued me more than anybody else. And I love his book, but the rest of him is off in space in Mars somewhere. Did you ever listen to some of the things that he says? I mean, woo! Great guy, but woo! So no, he can't be president. My God. Wow, that would be scary. But
That's the RFK guy that Harley you were talking about earlier.
in any event, Ron DeSantis right now is an ephemeral something. It's a year and a half before the election. He's not really campaigned, as you pointed out. That's his responsibility, not his marketing team, unless his marketing team is running things, right? If I don't like, I run my campaign. Roger Ailes was my campaign manager. I still ran my campaign. I didn't blame, when something went wrong, I didn't blame it on Roger Ailes.
I don't think that's Ron's personality, though. I see Ron as a leader. I see Ron as an executive. I see Ron as somebody like Ron. I see Ron as a person who is a great project manager.
Well, then what happened on Ukraine?
I think
he's such a leader. Why the hell did he sort of change his position on Ukraine? He's got 3 different positions on Ukraine.
But that part, Rudy, I would say.
I don't know. He becomes an isolationist to suck up to Tucker Carlson. And then he becomes a Reagan Republican.
So you're calling him a flip-flopper, is what you're calling him.
No, I'm saying it's a dangerous tendency. Don't go, politics is not a game of love at first sight. You don't get to know somebody. He could be a great candidate. He may not be. You don't know that. He shows some very good tendencies, and he shows some very big weaknesses. That flipping around on Ukraine was very dangerous.
So flip-flop is what you're saying. That's the word.
One time you did.
I'm an immigrant, but English is not my first language.
Let's see if that's him, or let's see if that was a mistake. I'm willing to say he's a new-time candidate. We don't know. We do not know how he's going to bear up under running for governor of Florida and running for president of the United States. Yeah. It's like running for school president and then running for a major office.
I don't.
So then why didn't you have this criticism of Trump when he didn't have the experience?
I don't think there's any dispute there. I wouldn't disagree with you there, but I would also tell you.
I've seen people who were great candidates statewide who totally fall apart as presidential candidates.
Nobody's disagreeing.
And I'm not going to say he will, but I'd be careful betting the whole thing on him because he's shown some tendencies, some weaknesses. If they are really weaknesses, he won't be there at the end. As many front runners were not there at the end. So I'm not even sure he'll eventually be Trump's major opposition. I can tell you Trump will be there at the end. He owns 40% of the party. You also got to be careful how bad you go after him because then you won't be able to win.
Facts.
You've got to run as a candidate running against him. Yeah, it's great to bring new people in. Bit of a fantasy also. The only person who's been able to bring only 2 people have brought a lot of new people into politics since Reagan. Obama and Trump. Trump won the first time with new people.
Fair enough.
So we got a few people here. So I don't know if that.
Who was the first clapper? Who was the first clapper? Where are you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you win elections in America.
Sense.
When I ran for office, which is ages ago,
I'm still sitting on this thing about he's saying it's a pipe dream to get the middle. Now, I in principle agree that you're not going to win by appealing only to the middle. That you have to have a strong base. And that's definitely a good point, that no matter who you are, you cannot go that hard on Trump because, like he just said, 40% of the party loves him. So that's a very thin line. Definitely a balancing act. Huh. All right. Just need to sit on things sometimes.
You won by going to the middle. There were the liberals, the conservatives, and then there was the middle. And I won being mayor of New York by going to the middle. I had to win in a Democratic state. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you can win that way anymore. I don't know if there's enough of a middle. I'm not sure. You might be able to. But I'm not sure that going to the middle, you lose your base.
I think that's it. Not that you can't or shouldn't appeal to the middle, but the landscape has changed where it's a zero-sum game. In addition to the middle shrinking, it also everybody's more tribalized. So if you're on the right, even appealing to the middle is like blasphemy. And same the other way around. But I still think, as somebody who would be in the middle, who is not for Trump, for DeSantis, and at this point, not even necessarily for the Republicans. I mean, believe nothing except that anything is possible. It is possible that somebody from the Democrats comes out and I'm like, oh, I'm with him. Probably not, but it's possible. So there are people like myself. I think we're in the minority.
And here's what I always advise Trump. I don't care what CNN says about you. I don't care what MSNBC says about you. I don't care what the liberals say about you. It's not going to hurt you. When I start seeing your base turn, then we start to worry.
Let me see that base turn. That sounds like a 2005 summer hip hop hit.
Because you can't exist in politics without a solid base any longer. That's what Biden has for sick reasons, and that's what
for sick reasons. That's what Biden has for sick reasons. Super facts.
Trump has, and that's why they may be the two most dangerous candidates. You may only be able to win now by appealing to your base and bringing them out more than the other guys.
Bringing them out more than the other guys. I think, I mean, there's a lot to that. But then again, if we are talking about what's going to bring out people from the other side, or just bring people out in general, like I said, there is a lot of people who will not vote if Trump is not on the ticket. If he is on the ticket, they will vote against him. There's a lot of people like that. To be says, I'm not sure which crime you have evidence any other president has committed. Are you not familiar with? I gotta get his name right. Anwar al-Awlaki. Google that. Actually, fuck it. Let's do it. So Anwar Nasser. Oh, let me go here. Abdullah al-Awlaki. Where are we? Died in September 30th, 2011. Who was an American citizen who was killed in a 2011 drone strike by the U.S. government ordered by President Barack Obama. Now, an important thing here is war. Now, drone strikes for, in war that has collateral damage, that's terrible. But that is very different than bombing a country we are not at war with and killing an American citizen. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is well documented. So, I mean, here, I'll just take this and drop it for you. And you can take a look at that whenever is convenient for you. But, the idea that we don't have evidence that other presidents have committed atrocities, not financial bullshit crimes, but atrocities. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure Trump ordered a drone strike to kill al-Awlaki's daughter. So I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying he's a good person. What we are talking about is political tradition and opening the door, setting precedent. Now, if you're down to say, okay, yeah, I do want that. I want Trump to be arrested for that, and I want Obama to be arrested for his crimes, and I want both Bushes to be arrested for their crimes. Okay, then that's your position. I don't think that is a good way for America to proceed. That doesn't mean that they are innocent. I don't think that would help Americans to dig all of that up. I think it would further tribalize all of us. To be says it should be noted, I am definitely for. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, if that's your position, then I mean, I disagree, but at least that's a consistent position. I don't think that this would help America, but if you're for taking them all down, then that's a consistent worldview. Fair enough.
Or just plain cheating. That's another way to win. Yeah, and don't discount that.
Mr. Mayor, we've asked this question repeatedly, but I would love to get your take on this. But is there any chance that you see, if Trump gets the nominee, him pinning Governor DeSantis as his running mate for VP?
He can't. They're both in the same state. One of them would have to move out of Florida. President and vice president can't run if they're residents of the same state.
Page 793. You didn't read that.
I only read up to 600. I stopped at 600, Pat. I'll do better.
But
He's a New Yorker. But yeah, Ziggs, definitely keep your options open and just do what we're doing right now. Do what we're doing right now. Take everything as it comes, break it down so that you're always up to date instead of waiting until the August of 2024 and be like, what's going on? Who's doing it? Because at that point, the rhetoric and propaganda is going to be turned up to 11. So you have to be paying attention from now, and ideally before now, to understand what is the landscape like, who is playing what games, how is that, all of that stuff. Holly says it's not about him paying Stormy Daniels. It's how his lawyers set up the payments. That's what people are missing. The organizations involved and how they use the funds is what was illegal. His lawyer screwed him over, and he's paying the price for it. That's what I always understood. I'm not familiar with this tweet that To Be was bringing up, but yeah, you can drop a link if you from wherever you found that tweet. Definitely take a look at it. But I mean, this is from both sides. This is how it's been explained to me, and I'm not a lawyer, so I could be wrong about literally everything, but this is what I know.
I don't know that either one of them would be the right vice presidential candidate.
If he let's say he really wanted him and Trump re-domiciled to New York, let's just say
it would depend a little on the primary and how strong Kamala Harris started the Democratic primary looking invincible, right? She beat the living daylights out of Biden in the first debate. By the second debate, Tulsi Gabbard had totally ripped her apart and proved that she's one of the silliest people ever in American politics. So
what do you think, Dave?
It would depend on how good a candidate he is.
Well, Harley says if he just paid her cash, none of this would be happening. And I think the issue is, and I could be very wrong about this. This is just my understanding. I believe that the issue was that he didn't want to pay her off like that. He wanted to do it legally above board. I don't know. But if he paid her in cash, I mean, you're definitely right. None of this would have been happening. But come on, no freedoms, chill out. To Be says that that's not evidence. That's Wikipedia, bro. You're coping hard right now. I could find you a million articles. This is not news. And the fact that you don't know this is precisely the point, that you don't know what you're talking about by upending how we do these things. That's not evidence. That's Wikipedia. I think that if we're going to say no one is above the law, then it really should be that. This whole situation is why. At what point is too much too much? This whole situation is why? I don't understand what that means. I mean, I've already said, fair enough, that if you think they should all be, if they should all be prosecuted, then fair enough. I mean, agree to disagree. I don't think that would be good. Do you think that would be good? Fair enough. We don't have to agree. But they're absolutely, I mean, yes, I just pulled up Wikipedia because it was the first thing off the top of my head. But it's not like I only know about this because I read it on Wikipedia. So I don't know why that's relevant. We've already agreed to disagree on the point that I don't think it's a good idea to open the door to prosecuting former presidents. You think it is a good idea. Fair enough. We don't have to agree. Facts. There are always people above the law. If you are rich, you are above everyone. Facts.
Well, it's interesting because if I'm getting this right, the two biggest criticisms of DeSantis seem to be that he had a shoddy book launch, which, okay, let's say that's kind of right.
Marketing
which again
problem.
got to #1 on New York Times bestseller, as much bullshit as that thing is. You can tell that they left my last book off the list. But so he screwed up a book launch, let's say, and let's just say everyone in this room agrees with that, and that he hasn't been president before. Well, most presidents haven't been president before, and I don't know that you can blame the guy for a book launch. So I haven't heard any real criticism of the guy, right?
Nah, that's definitely a criticism. Why you released a book in February when you are looking to run for president of the United States of America? Why wouldn't you hang on to that? That is a political faux pas if there is one.
Right?
You did say about the Ukraine flip.
Okay, so all right, that I would count
and
as a
that-
criticism.
A little bit of a flipping on a very important subject that you should be prepared for if you are a presidential candidate. Not as bad as Ted Kennedy not knowing why he's running for president. I mean, that was.
But was your point
That was the
there's
classic.
nothing-
Well, but my
destroy
point
your-
is
nothing
there's
burger.
nothing here. I could feel it in the room. There's not much. No one's going, oh, he's got this policy that really screwed us. He's wrong on the schools. He's wrong on ESG.
Yeah, but you're
he's
running
wrong
him.
on
But you're
wokeism.
running him against a guy who actually did it already.
But
You're running against a guy. You're gambling a teeny bit. Let's say you're gambling a teeny bit when you don't have to gamble at all. You know that Trump will straighten out the economy.
But Trump's
You
not
know-
president.
What?
Trump lost the last election.
I don't think he lost the last election.
But okay, so
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Rudy.
I'm not. I'll go.
Yeah, that's fair to me. I mean, I was just, that's fair. I was just saying that if you were getting it's different when we're talking about a story from 2011 and just pulling up a random source for stuff that we've already researched versus a developing story bringing up a source like that. If you've read other things, then fine. Again, I don't care to argue that with you either. And that is fair, but I think it's a little bit different when we're talking about evidence of a developing story that we don't have the answers to versus something that is clear cut and nobody would argue about on either side of the aisle.
Further than that,
He did.
I'm one of the
go.
few people that knows he didn't lose the last election. If you want to come to my house and go into my study, I'll show you 1,000 affidavits to prove it.
Rudy, there'll be 2,000 people in front of
All right. So anybody who wants to join the Discord, Harley is going to drop the court documents themselves so we can all look at them. I can see it's already there.
your house tomorrow. Don't say something like that.
I
You can't say-
know.
He's joking, folks.
I'm not joking.
He's joking. They're going to Google your address. Rudy, open the door, Rudy.
He did not lose the last
I'll
These
go
are
to Rudy's house after
valuetainers,
this for
Rudy.
drinks.
He won. The 1 o'clock in the morning when I left the White House on election night into the next day, he was ahead in Pennsylvania by 750,000 votes. It is statistically impossible for him to have lost Pennsylvania. Now you watch the movie 2,000 Mules if you want.
I still haven't seen that. I gotta watch that.
You can watch 3 or 4 other movies. You could watch the older documentary about the machines
Dominion.
to be used.
Yep.
That were tested before the election, and the Democrats objected to them. Dominion, right?
Isn't there a lawsuit right now still pending with
Yes.
Dominion?
Mhm.
And what's the number they're going after? Is it Fox 1.6 billion or whatever the number you're hearing about?
Yeah,
So-
that's a dodge. That's being done to try to frighten people into going after them. Actually, it's a great tactic by his lawyers. You can't.
Real quick, I just realized something. For those of you who are in the Discord, well, for anybody who we are having a April invite contest for the Discord server. So Harley just did this right here, and if somebody clicks that link, she gets credit for you coming into the stream. So if you would like the power to drop links and be able to get points through the contest, just act like a mod, do what Harley does, and you can farm my audience for those points.
Do a prior restraint under American law.
No freedoms. You've been called out by a woman, by a We'll be waiting for you.
You can't go in and stop somebody from speaking, but you can intimidate them into not speaking. And that's what that lawsuit is all about. It has made even stations like Fox and Newsmax like, oh, we're not going to mention Dominion. We're not going to mention Dominion. Brilliant strategy by the lawyer, unethical as hell, but a brilliant strategy by the lawyers. We're not going to do it. But I'm telling you, he did not lose the last election.
But
even though he should have, because everything was stacked against him, and not only that, the hard drive was suppressed, and American
17%.
people never knew 90% of what was in there on purpose. So,
17%.
But Rudy, I would say this to you: dirty politics is nothing new. Okay, that is nothing new. It's going to be here. It's not going away. Okay, that is not going to be to sit there and say, well, that's why he lost. Well, then they're going to do it again and again.
well, they'll do either one.
Yeah, but no. All I'm saying to you is,
think they won't cheat against DeSantis? DeSantis will get nominated, and the Democrats will say, "Oh, we'll give it to him."
yes,
We can cheat. We own Pennsylvania.
yeah, but it's kind of like saying,
we would cheat in Philadelphia just for practice, and we're not going to cheat against DeSantis. He's going to have the same problem. In fact, he's going to become a very polarizing figure if he continues to maintain the positions he has as governor.
I see, but I'll give you,
nationally.
but
That
I'll
was a
give you the-
very
I'll give you the
polarizing
criticism. I'll
position.
give you
I
the
respect
criticism
him.
they get. Here's the criticism, though. The criticism is if the campaign is they cheated, believe it or not.
That's not the campaign.
Hang on a second. Let me just give you my point of view. Why I think that's a bad approach, or even to even talk about it.
Cope harder.
Why?
Let me give you my perspective. You can push back all you want. When you say something like that, you know what it does? Here's the bullshit conversation I hear that's very annoying. You know what the conversation is? Well, why vote anyways? They're going to cheat. Why would I vote? The more you say that, that's not a good stratery, in my opinion.
And the more you don't say it, you suppress
No, I
doing it, and
disagree.
they continue to do it.
No.
In order to solve a problem, you have to face it. If you suppress, if you accept their unbelievable distortion of our system by cheating in an election, you might as well give up this
You
country.
can say that all you want. Nobody's disagreeing with you and sitting there saying that's not like weaponizing or doing all this stuff that they're doing. Fine, they're doing it. You still have to beat them.
Of course you do.
still have to
I didn't
beat them.
say I didn't say we shouldn't beat them. What I'm telling you is I'm not going to go around and say to people something that I know is untrue.
You can't say they're going to cheat and then say, well, go out there and vote. Because when you say they're going to cheat, and you got to say, listen, guys, we don't know what's going to happen. Let's assume the worst. Here's what's important. Get everybody to go. Your mom, your dad, your this, your auntie. Get everybody to show up. We don't know if it's going to happen. My approach, when you're competing in the free marketplace, my guys will have a room and they'll say, well, Patrick, let me tell you, that office, they do this. And they refinance and cash out and put money in variable annuities, but we can't beat those guys. I'm like, dude, don't even bring that
I
up.
didn't say you can't beat them. I
But
said
no.
they cheated in the last election. I didn't say you can't beat them.
Well,
but
Then I'm not. I don't think I'm allowed to say the word cheat in relation to that. But that doesn't matter. That is, again, cope. You have to then do a better job at doing the thing that you just said that they are doing. That is what politics is. It is skirting the rules and being a shitty person to get people to like you. That is the game. That is the game. Like it or don't like it. It is what it is.
It's very, very different to cheat in marketing and to fix an election in a democratic country. I mean, that's a massive.
So okay.
And if you let people do it, if you stay quiet about it, it becomes the norm. You've got to raise it. You've got to urge your people to work harder. You've got to urge your people to get out and get up off their backsides and vote. You've got to get Republicans to change their pattern of voting just on election day. And in states that have this,
talk about
2
that.
years of voting,
Yes.
you got to get them to vote.
That.
Yeah.
Don't. Okay, so then
That's huge, guys. That is huge. You have to be able in this day and age when the ballot harvesting is now a primary method. You have to get people to want to get up off their ass and go vote. Even if that's just getting off the couch to go to the mailbox. You just have to play the game better.
Talk about that. Okay, for example, so approach. Okay, approach. You ever see guys like we're watching? Who was fighting? Usman was fighting who when he lost the first?
Leon Edwards.
Who was Usman fighting when? Who was it? Edwards. Remember the first fight? You're like, oh, this thing's over with. We're sitting in the house. We're watching. This fight is over with. Minute 10 seconds left. What does Usman do? Who saw that fight? He kept backing up. Boom! Kick comes. Look, how the hell did this just happen? Meaning, a strategy that worked for Trump to win, you can't go away from that strategy. His strategy was policies. We're going to make America great again. We're going to build a border. We're going to do this.
That's what he's doing. That's what he just did in the last speech.
I agree, the speech. But if the strategy is going to be, let us say it's unfair. Let the people say it's unfair what they're doing. Let everybody else say it's unfair what they're doing. Let us be the flag carrier.
Nobody wants to hear whining and bitching about the past. I don't want to hear about, well, I should have this, and I could have that, and I would have this. I don't care. I don't care. It does not matter in any way. You may be right, but I don't care. That was a 2020 problem. We are now talking about a 2024 election for a president that will last until 2028. I don't care in the context of what you are going to do for the country. I don't care what happened to you in 2020. So we have to, Trump has to have a different platform. Let the people make that argument. But he has to look to the future, go back to what brought him to the dance. These are the things that they want to do. This is why they want to do it. These are the things I'm going to do, and I'm going to do them because I care about you and your family and America and this, that, and whatever. That is what he needs to do. Complaining about the past is not going to get him anywhere.
I don't think that can come out to say, well, they did this to me and they did that to me. I don't know if that's how you won the first time.
I think the Democrat strategy has worked on you, which is to intimidate us into raising the fact that they cheated in the last election. Well,
welcome back.
Over 55% of the American people, maybe up to 60%, believe that they cheated in the last election.
I think 100% of people believe cheating is going on. How many guys believe there's cheating every single time in every election? I don't think it's 55%. I think it's 100%.
I didn't say cheating in every election. I said cheating in that election to win. There's no reason not to mention.
What other reason would somebody cheat? Or you cheat to win? I think it's done every single time.
You don't always win when you cheat. Well, you cheat and you don't win.
But it doesn't mean that it's not a tactic that's being used, like it just started 2 years ago.
But it's a tactic that you have to end. You can't tolerate that.
So then I would say, what has he done to end it? Let's say every single forget DeSantis. Let's say DeSantis is like, I'm just going to move to the Everglades. That's it. I'm out. So now Trump is the nominee for sure. And virtually everyone in this room is willing to support the guy. What has he done in Pennsylvania? What has he done in Arizona? What has he done in these swing states to fix any of that? Because otherwise it will be election night 2024, and he'll be leading in those last 7 states, just like last time. I was on air with the Daily Wire guys that night on election night. I left early because it was so obvious that Trump was going to win, and I wanted to get home. So they will do the same damn thing because nobody's done anything. What has anyone done in Pennsylvania? Or I watched 2,000 Mules. I like Dinesh. It's like, all right, what's going to stop this again? What's happening on the ground?
Here's what will stop it again.
And that's what he needs to talk about. How are you going? They've changed the rules. They changed the rules. And they screwed you over. Okay, great. Maybe that happened. Maybe it didn't. You lost either way. What are you going to do different? And why should I get behind you? Just why?
There's been some progress made, not complete. So Georgia, Wisconsin.
We got a new member in the Discord, Hillcam 450. Welcome to this party, and we'll see ya in the after party. Welcome.
even with the new Supreme Court, the Republicans won every other race in Wisconsin. That was a function of the abortion issue. With the Republican landslide in Wisconsin, and the Republican justice lost, and the Democratic justice won, so they got a liberal court. And that.
So that's definitely going to be a huge battleground issue. I'm wondering, I'm going to make it a poll. Do you guys think that the overturning of Roe v. Wade, do you think that is going to help the Democrats, or do you think that is going to help the Republicans? So let's just say, who is it gonna help? Republican, and we're talking about the overturning of Roe v. Wade. That poll.
That became the news. Actually, Wisconsin was a big Republican landslide.
What you waiting for? What you waiting for, girl? We got parties, we got contests, we got watch parties, oh man, you missing out.
They got a supermajority in both houses of the legislature. Wisconsin passed a law, so you can't do, and we can go into detail, you can't do in this election what you did in the last election, which is a massive number of mail-in ballots. They restricted significantly mail-in ballots. Georgia passed a law that will seriously restrict the ability to do that. Those are two states where you'll probably get an honest count this time. Pennsylvania, you couldn't pass the law because the Democrats control both houses of the legislature, and you had a crooked governor. You have another crooked governor, and he was part of the cheating in the first place. So Pennsylvania, you're going to have to do.
Hold on one second, guys. My mouse is freaking out again. Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on. Actually, I just
volunteers. You're going to have to do voter integrity efforts. The first election that I ran for mayor, I lost by 0.5%. And I had
facts. Facts, celibate Scorpion. Definitely going to help the babies. That is, goes without saying. Very good for, thank you for bringing that to the forefront. That is absolutely the biggest point in that. Kelly Green says, if the state is heavily Democrat, it will help them. If the state is primarily Republican, then it's probably going to help them. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Overall, who do you think is gonna, who do you think is gonna help more? Sullivan Scorpion says, "With the Dems are going to fan the flames to get feminist women out to the polls." Yup. Who is lying best during this debate? I mean, I would just say because Rudy Giuliani is talking a lot more and seems to be doing a lot of apologizing for Trump, then I'm going to say Rudy Giuliani. But again, that's really more to do with the fact that Rubin isn't really putting much forth, which is my criticism of him in the first place, that he doesn't really have many thoughts of his own or anything like that. But he has brought up a decent number of points about, if it's a marketing issue, that's better than a product issue. I don't know, some other stuff, but definitely Rudy is lying more. Again, shout out to Celibate Scorpion for sure. Really? Oh no, that's that. Come
on. Well over 50,000 questionable votes. I lost by 30,000, and I decided not to contest it. I was young. I was a new candidate. I was the first Republican to get 48% since Fiorello LaGuardia in a city that Abraham Lincoln lost twice. To give you an idea how democratic it is. And everyone said, well, this is almost like a victory. It's nice for them to say that when you lose, but you can have a great future in politics getting up to 48%. And I lost to the first black mayor of New York. If I had contested that election, my political career would be over. I honestly believe they cheated. I mean, a different kind of cheating. They would pay people to vote 10 times.
How dare you?
And that's why you keep the dead people on the voting list. You keep them there because the party operative in that district has all their names. Mm-hmm. And then you pay people. Philadelphia is famous for this.
This is a good line. MA says the dissident right is on the rise, but I doubt the GOP is even aware of them. Very, very astute. I'm trying to think, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because then if they don't see it until it becomes a force to be reckoned with, then that might cause a lot of infighting. And I think there is, infighting between the Rhino people and let's call them the America First type people. I think you know who I'm talking about. So good enough title. But I think you're right. I don't think they understand how much those few senators and congressmen are resonating with people like us. You agree with MA or you agree with Rudy?
You pay people to vote. You keep them there because the party operative in that district has all their names, and then you pay people. Philadelphia is famous for this. You pay people to vote 10, 12 times that day using dead people and people that moved out. And they don't allow you to purge the voting list. You go before a Democratic court and the judge doesn't allow you to do that. That can happen again in Pennsylvania unless we triple the number of volunteers that we have and we do very, very strong voter integrity. So the second time I ran, I invested $1 million in a voter integrity effort. And my campaign inspectors were correction officers and firefighters because they're scared of.
Facts. Yep. Yeah. There's so much there with how the mail-in ballots were just the mass. It was never meant to be a mass thing. It's so silly. It's so silly how Democrats will be like, well, mail-in votes have always been a thing. Absentee ballots have always been a thing. Mass mail-in ballots were never, ever, 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 ever a thing. Where are we? MA said one idea from the dissident right to create a breakaway civilization and be done with all of this dog and pony nonsense. I mean, I would love if, that's just all of this. I would love if that was a more realistic thing. I haven't heard a realistic way for that to come to fruition. But if I did, I would be on that train. Yeah, there you go. This is it. If you get a ballot from a dead relative, don't be like, oh, government, you messed up. Be like, well, that's one more for us. They're doing it on the other side. That's it. Republicans are the party of, we got to play by the rules. We got to do this. And I'm Mitch McConnell. We got with his turkey neck. But that isn't working. This facade of, we're the party of order and we're the party of decorum. Trump. That's it. Trump. Kelly Green says, Democrats deny all the damn time. Not surprising. Truth. Elections have always, can I say that? Yeah, elections have always, well, you can see it. Since the beginning, both sides do it all the time. Never to the degree that we've seen with the Democrats in 2020, but absolutely correct.
Correction officers and firefighters, and they're tough guys. And you're not going to screw around on them. And when the bus would show up with the people voting the third and the fourth time, they'd see the two firefighters outside. Some of them had their pitchforks with them, and the bus would turn around. People who ran it for me was the present president of the Yankees and a guy who's now in the United States Congress. I got two really tough, brilliant people to run the effort for me.
I thought he was going to say, I even got a ring from them.
And they say we still gave away about 20,000 votes, but we won by 60. But they still cheated in that election. It's impossible for Democrats in a big city not to cheat, even if they're going to win for sure or lose for sure. So we partially.
This is a bar. GOP is a bunch of ineffectuals. The Orange Man is the best and worst thing that ever happened to them. That is a bar. Because there is no way that the Rhino mentality can continue once there has been a Trump. That being said, the status quo of them being ineffectuals was good for them, but not good for us. Best and worst thing. Well said.
Partially solved the problem. We partially didn't. And what I'm telling you applies to any Republican, not just Trump, not just DeSantis. This is something Trump's going to have to do if he gets the nomination. It's something DeSantis is going to have to do if he gets the nomination. And he's going to have to hope that because they did it last time and because it gets raised a lot, it's going to stop some of it.
What?
It's going to scare a few people. Maybe yes, maybe no. But you got to have an energized group of volunteers who go to the polls, stay at the polls, insist on seeing the identifications of every voter.
Going to people's houses, going to wherever it's legal to harvest ballots, doing that.
We didn't have that in 2020. Partially a function of not realizing they were going to cheat that much or not accepting it, and partially a function of the pandemic.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask you a question? This is probably the one question I wanted to ask you. This is a question on your legacy.
Just ask the question. Oh my God, that is such a pet peeve of mine. Can I ask you a question? This is a question I've wanted to ask you. Just ask the question.
Yeah, let's stay on this. No.
Okay.
I want to wrap this up.
Well, yeah, but this is regarding this.
Wait, wrap it up.
You're not going to go to like what are the 7 keys to success in writing a book or please.
If he has 7, I'll take
go
it.
ahead.
But I'm just going to go back and then I'm going to go forward.
Here we go.
I'm going to go back to 2001. Everyone knows what happened, 9/11. You were America's mayor. I was a senior in college. We all remember everything.
You're staying on this topic.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Splits in the building. Yes, Splits, I am shadow banned. I have been shadow banned. You don't need notifications, not only because I notify you in Discord, but because I'm here at the same time every single day. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. It doesn't matter. I mean, except for Wednesday when I also told you, just be here. You don't have to. But if you're relying on notifications, it ain't going to work. Glad you're here, brother. Glad to see ya. What else did we miss? Harley says we need to have more parties than Republican or Democrat. This two-party system is not feasible anymore. I mean, technically we do, but yeah, I completely agree that the uniparty has taken over. And the fact of what was I going to say? Ranked choice voting is definitely something that could help that, because people assume that voting anything other than Republican or Democrat is throwing away your vote. And so the idea of voting your conscience is, not anything. But if we had ranked choice voting, and you could, Democrats and Republicans, like, okay, I'm going to put them second just in case this guy, but this is what I really want. That would completely change the way that we do elections. I don't know if that would fix everything, but it would certainly help. And they says the left-right paradigm is for the dumb masses. It's not really how power operates. This is bread and circus for us. Yep. Yeah. It's way more about facts, no freedom. It's way more about authority versus liberty than anything else. Hey, we got the Camcast in the building. Welcome. So even though I am shadow banned, recently been found. Welcome to the party. Glad to see ya. We are just going through the PBD podcast with Rudy Giuliani and Dave Rubin fighting for Trump and DeSantis respectively. Welcome. Keller Green says, I like parties, which I fight for my right to do so. Hashtag VC boys. They would, in fact, be proud. Also, free Tibet. And fight for your right to party.
Yes, I'm staying on this topic, sir.
If he doesn't, I'm throwing this pen.
That is not an attractive laugh. That's almost as bad. Is it? Or is it worse than Kamala Harris?
You were America's mayor. You were beloved beyond, okay? It wasn't a Democratic thing, Republican thing. 20 years later, because everything you're saying now, whether you're right or wrong, election denialism, cheaters, crooks, all that, everything you're saying, some may say that your legacy has been tarnished. That's what people say. But a lot of it is because of, I'll catch that thing. A lot.
He still hasn't asked the question. What is your question?
They say it's because of the election denialism. Is this a hill you're willing to die on? Do you care that much about this that it may or may not ruin your legacy?
All I care about is if I can be honest with myself. I don't give a goddamn what my legacy. I know. When I told you the election was stolen, I know it was stolen. I don't just think it was. I investigated it. I've got the documents. I've got the proof in the 7 key states. I can tell you by how much he probably won each state. And yeah, I'll die with it.
So why hasn't it been proven?
Okay, guys.
Because
no.
Because of censorship. It's not been proven because nobody will allow you to prove it. The court punked out. Probably John Roberts said, we're going to stay out of this, and we're going to use technical excuses not to hear a single friggin' witness. Half the Republican Party ran away because they're a bunch of cowards.
Free Timber!
And wouldn't stand up to the press that was beating the living daylights out of them. And most people don't want to get disbarred like I was. Most of the people don't want to be driven into bankruptcy, which they try to do. And most people can't stand up when they're doing the right thing, but they get viciously attacked for it. And they're cowards and they back down. And I never cared about I don't really give a damn about my legacy.
Can I say something?
I know what I did.
And that's, I mean, whether you want to take that as truth or as just, grandstanding that I don't care about, I just care about what's right. I don't care. I mean, obviously, if you're a politician, you care about what people think about you. That is your job. But I mean, that is at least the messaging. That's the right messaging, that we want to have people who are doing what they're doing because they want to do it, because they think it's right, because they think it will help, not because they think it'll make them popular, not because of any other reason. And we're not going to get people exactly like that. But if we can at least get people pretending, we're a lot closer than we are right now. Oh my goodness, we have got a new sponsor of the stream, Indie Film, coming in with the 10 spot. And that is right. Every single super chat comes with a treat for Morty. And I just decided anything in the double digits is going to get a real treat and not just a piece of kibble. Say thank you to Indie Film. Yay! Thank you, brother. Very much appreciated.
Mayor, let me say something.
And I know what I'm doing. And in a different world,
yeah.
in a different world,
You want to throw the pen at him?
I'm going to throw the pen at everybody at this point from this side. By the way, if the audience was Armenian, they would throw chust at you. They're sandals. Okay, but let me say this part. Okay, I got 4 kids. So my kid comes and he loses and he's...
Hey, we got Nick in the building. Welcome, brother. Glad to see you. Say good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is well. Hope you are well too, brother. Glad to see you.
Says the other team cheated. Okay. And I say, you're right. They did cheat. Okay. As a parent, if I take that angle, they did cheat. That kid is going to use that as an alibi for the rest of his life. I'm sorry. I have a hard
it's a
time
totally
with that.
different thing,
But wait,
Patrick.
but Rudy, let me make my argument. Listen.
Is it though? That is not a different thing. That is precisely the same thing. That is a perfect analogy. Listen to it again.
And I says this part. Okay, I got 4 kids. So my kid comes and he loses and he says, the other team cheated. Okay. And I say, you're right. They did cheat. Okay. As a parent, if I take that angle, they did cheat. That kid is going to use that as an alibi for the rest of his life. I'm sorry. I have a hard time with that.
It's a totally different thing,
But
Patrick.
wait, but Rudy, let me make my argument. I've listened to you.
Not
let me make my argument to you.
Not the destruction of a republic.
Let me make my argument to you and tear it apart. Say whatever you want.
I can tear it apart.
Chester, if you're watching, this is how we should interact. Let me make the argument, and then you tell me why you can tear it apart. All in good fun. Love you, Chester.
Let me just make my argument to you. Let me make my argument to you. Do whatever you want to do with it. Let me make my argument to you, sir.
All you're doing is repeating the propaganda I have heard 100 times.
No, you got to stop this bullying.
These are not novel arguments.
Let me give you a perspective, Mr.
Let's
New
see if
York
you can
Mayor.
give me a novel argument.
Let me give you a perspective.
So far, you just repeated the Democrat bullshit.
Let me give you a perspective. By the way, That's totally fine. I'm a big boy. I can take it. FYI, you lost. You lost. You ever seen the movie Tropic Thunder? We lost. We lost. I don't know if you've seen it. You don't look like a Tropic Thunder type, but don't worry about it. So watch this. Okay, football, sports. So you're talking about you got barred. Okay, you lost your license.
No, I didn't. It's suspended.
Suspended. Fine. Suspended is what you got. Which, by the way, there's a lot of different. That is a history of a lot of different people that lost their licenses. Yours is use and abuse. They took advantage of what they're doing, which is not cool. What they did to you. So I'm on that page. Which what happened there? But in sports. So who's the quarterback with the Baltimore Ravens? What's the guy's name? No. Who's the guy from Arizona? The guy from Arizona that came out. What's the guy's name from Arizona? Kyler Murray, right? And he gets hurt. He comes back. RG3 says, don't come back. If I was you, I would stay out. He comes back. He gets hurt. He's out. Boom. They don't go to the playoffs. Nothing's going to happen without that guy, okay? RG3 comes back, even though he should have stayed out the season. He comes back, career ending, probably cost him $200 million. Okay, he was a great quarterback. Okay. Mayor, you being injured is hurting the camp because they needed a fighter like you. So we lost a player that was a fighter that can be competing today in the marketplace. So for me, what I'm saying is it's very easy for us to play this game while we're getting hurt and losing versus sitting there and figuring out a different kind of strategy to beat. Because we can give all the motivational speeches and sound right, and people can clap, and it can sound very good and exciting.
And to MA's point, that valuetainment is the next generation of politician. This is what I was kind of saying when, I wanted to speed up Rudy Giuliani talking because he's so friggin' boring. But he's like a marble mouth. The next generation of politician is he who can entertain, he who can be genuine, or she. Either he or she. That's it. I'm not voting for a they. But as long as he or she is able to bring in attention, we're an attention economy. That is what you need. It's not just about the policies anymore. Going all the way back to what Nick asked me weeks ago. Is politics more about feelings or policy? Unfortunately, it is in fact about feelings. The Camcast says, man got cut off for deep football. Yeah, well, that's what's going to happen. But yeah, exactly. We need that kind of, that level of discussion. Harley says, I mean, politics and business go hand in hand. Yep. The next generation will be a bunch of Andrew Tate lights versus Destinies. Oh my God. Putin hit that big red button already. Oh, I wouldn't, I mean, are we not already there? Are we not already there? Kind of feel like we're already there.
And we can lose 2024 again. Or we can take a different approach to say, look, guys, whether you believe it happened or not, I think it did, let's just say, whether you believe it happened or not, fine, this is where I'm at. This is my position. However,
fair enough. We
can't sit here and go back and, hey, Houston Astros cheated and they won. But I think we are a little bit. Houston.
This is exactly what I was saying. Exactly. And they are talking about the me type of people. Trump is getting Giuliani's vote. Trump is most likely getting PBD's vote. I don't know who's getting my vote yet. So I can tell you, I can only speak for myself, but I can tell you for sure that if Trump is going to be talking about 2020, all this, that, and then I got, oh, woe is me, that is not strong leadership. That is not what got you to the dance, and that is not what I want to see. There's nothing that will push me into the embracing arms of DeSantis faster than a whiny orange criminal.
Houston Astros came back, and even after cheating, they still won again.
But you're misdescribing what I said. I have not said that should be our strategy to get elected. I'm not stupid. I said it is something that we have to affirm and be honest.
Affirm what? What are we talking about? Oh, okay. I got triggered. Sorry.
About and open about, so we change it. We can't buy into the Democrat bullshit, which is it didn't happen, so they can do it again.
But I don't think people are buying into that. I don't think people are buying into that.
And the only way you can show that it's gonna remain on the agenda is by standing up to it. You don't have to run. It would be ridiculous to run on it. You should.
There's already a campaign or something to believe these things. Again, let the people, let the voters be the ones who are whining and complaining. Let the leader lead. That's it. Indie Film, sponsor of the stream, says we can't live in the past, but we sure as hell should be taking measures today to make sure the cheating, Indie Film says, that has been identified does not happen again. Yeah, I think that's kind of what he's clearing up now, is that he's not saying run on that, but it should be addressed. And I don't think that, I kind of feel like that goes without saying. So by bringing it up, I don't think PBD is out of line for being like, hold on, people don't want to hear that. And going down the avenue of the football game and going down the avenue of, what was the first one he used? I forget. But I think that's the point. You're absolutely right. We have to make sure it doesn't happen again. But the messaging for that is, here is what we are going to do. Here is how I will lead you to victory. Not, well, they cheated and then I didn't get to win. That's not strong. I don't want that.
Run on
Then
what
I think we need to stop talking about it.
But stop talking about it and running on it are two different things. If you stop talking about it, you've accomplished what the Democrats want.
So you know what
which
picture I
is to
saw?
censor you,
So you know
to
what?
restrict your free speech, to not allow you to say what you think is important.
You look like a guy. You look like a guy that you like good memes. You like you have a good meme game.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I understand. Okay. I saw a meme
That in and of itself is a meme.
the other day. Okay. You know what? Can anybody tell them what a meme is? What's a meme? Meme is what? It's like one.
So while they're doing that, Misanthropic Altruist says power is malignant. And a single politician is suggesting age restrictions for office. We need a better cycle. Age restrictions meaning a maximum age? Because I mean, you definitely need to be 18, and you need to be okay. I was gonna say, like, you definitely there's definitely minimum age requirements, so maximum age requirements. Age restrictions for office. We need a better cycle of new leaders. Tired of hearing dinosaurs and rhinos talk about the stuff they are out of touch with. Yeah, hard to disagree with that. Max age, no more geriatric politicians. I am in favor of that, and I think a lot of people would be.
One of these pictures they post, and then they, it's
funny
cartoon, but they post these memes. Anyways, so I saw a meme.
Yeah, and a Camcast says same thing in Canada. I mean, y'all got a lot of problems up there. So you have my deepest sympathies. But yeah, I think these are, just, I mean, call it 75. Because especially, so here's, if you put a maximum age, then when you're 70, let's say it's 75, when you're 73, you're not going to be looking to run again. So it's not it's not unless you're under 65 that you're even going to be looked at as a reasonable candidate because of the maximum age. And I think we want people between 45 and 65. That seems to be the golden age. The golden age of, when you have enough life experience and before you get too old and Biden-esque. Camcast says, I don't like seeing grandpas and grandmas in parliament. Yeah. We did propose a term limit for Congress and senators. And I think that that's not necessarily the same thing, but I think that also could help. It could help. It might hurt in the sense that, because every time a new, once you introduce a term limit, now you are necessitating more campaigning. So I'm not really sure. I don't think I know enough about, how that would play out to have a position on that, but it makes a lot of sense. So do we, brother. So do we.
The other day.
Just kidding. No freedoms. We love you and we're glad you're here.
And you know what it said? I loved it. It says, you should have drained the swamp when you had the chance to, and you didn't. He didn't drain the swamp. There was a part of the campaign that we voted for was to eliminate those games, and it didn't happen. Now, you may say, well, they got in his way and they did this and they did that. Fine, no problem.
But in the same way, you can't say that the marketing is not DeSantis' fault. Then you can't make the argument that anything with the Trump presidency wasn't his fault.
We voted for Drain the Swamp, and those guys are still there. And if you're going to go and run a new company, and there's a bunch of schmucks running a company that are running the old model, fire them and replace them.
But who says he's not going to do that? And why wouldn't he be the...
Who says? History says. You did fire a lot of people, but most of them too late. And Fauci is still friggin' employed.
Why wouldn't he be the best person to do it? Because he knows it better than anybody else knows. That
If he knew it better, then why didn't he do it better?
He's motivated to do it because he realizes what actually happened to America. And to play the game of pretend is a terrible, terrible mistake.
Well, the other option...
And to play the game of having them dictate what you say and what you don't say eventually gets us where we are today. A country where free speech is restricted more than in a lot of totalitarian governments.
That was a perfect politician answer. What was the question? I'm just trying to put it together. PBD was saying, hey, he ran on Drain the Swamp, and we didn't get Drain the Swamp. And he just completely bypassed that and gave his own answer.
That would be a terrible thing if we don't insist on maintaining what we know. We shouldn't run on it. We should run on how he can fix the economy, or DeSantis can fix the economy, or somebody else.
We agree.
How we can bring peace, how we had a much more peaceful world when we had a Republican in office. How in fact, we had trade agreements that were much more favorable. Kim Jong-un wasn't flying missiles over Japan. China was a lot more contained. And Russia didn't take Ukraine while we had a Republican in the White House. And we can go back to that. That's what we should run on. Nobody wants to run on the election was stolen. But if you ask me if it was, I'm going to tell you it was straight out, the honest truth. We don't do that, then we lose something that Trump did for us. He made us value a candidate who can be honest with us, who can tell us the truth. One thing about Trump was there was never a hidden agenda. He was maybe too open. But boy, we need that. We don't need a political game player.
That I agree with. And that is the type of thing that once DeSantis starts campaigning, once he starts putting what his message is, then you have the opposition, whether it's Trump or the Democrats, talking about, you're a funny one. But once you have, all that Oppo research being used, number one, we're going to see how much of it is true. And number two, we're going to see how it is used, both, again, by Trump and by the Democrats. So that openness, I completely agree, is something that we need. It just can't be the only focus.
The last thing in the world this country needs is a political game player. We're in too much trouble. We've already become a socialist country. We don't have to stop us from being a socialist country. We don't have to prevent the change in our way of life. It's happened.
We get it. All right. Okay.
We have to take it back. We're not taking it back by playing, sorry, Patrick, marketing games. We've got to do it for real. And we need a real person as a candidate, not a creation of Madison Avenue.
Okay, so what does that mean? I'm pretty sure that if you say, who is more closely related to Madison Avenue, Trump or DeSantis, the obvious answer would be Trump. But again, what does that mean? We need a real person. Okay, define real. You're just saying things.
Say that to any major organization who's been an incredible marketer, including 45, who is a master marketer, Dave.
Well, perhaps we should all support a guy who could become a transcendent Reagan-like
I thought he was going to say transgender.
candidate who's younger, who is an incredibly become a transcendent Reagan-like candidate who's younger, who is an incredibly ultra competent executive who none of us can
Are you
find
talking
any
about Newsom? You're saying Newsom?
who none of us who seemingly our worst flaw with him is that he had a slightly botched book campaign that got to #1 on the New York Times.
God.
Maybe we actually overwhelm the system
I wanna
by
talk to
getting
the marketing
10%
team.
more people that can get to
Okay,
vote
can
for
we
him.
transition into something a little bit more important, like getting you guys to be sponsored by Nike or Bud Light or some of the other things? Can we put this out there, please? I want to help you get sponsored by Nike. There's a strategy on how. I don't know if you've
You guys know where this is going, right?
been following the story
I
or
want to
not.
hear this.
Well, no, it's actually.
Rudy
By
doesn't
the
know.
way,
Ready
if
for
you
this
did
one.
it, how many guys
Why
think
would I
if
wanna
he
be?
followed the strategy, he could be the mayor? Could be sponsored by Nike? Yes or no? Before we show the story, some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Let's put the story.
You guys know what he's talking about? Do you understand the question? Who thinks he could, Rudy Giuliani could be sponsored by Nike if he went the same way? That's hilarious.
No
up
idea
here.
what you're talking about.
Well, I'm gonna give you a strategy. You don't have to use it. I'm just telling you there is a playbook on how to do it. There's this person.
I want to hear it.
Let's talk about it. So, Ron, if you want to put the picture up,
Right now, I would turn it down.
trans women and new Bud Light partner Dylan Mulvaney now paid by Nike to model sports bras. Okay. On top of that, by the way, not only sports bras.
That's not it. There's more.
Bud Light, did you guys see the Bud Light video going viral and all this stuff? Did you guys see him dancing with the whole, the Nike sports bra stuff?
Oh, but wait. There's more.
And then you got Kate Spade, you got Ultra Beauty, you got a Crest toothpaste, and according to Newsweek, which we may be wrong, but according to Newsweek, if you can pull this story up, according to Newsweek, which this is not Babylon Bee, this is not Onion. According to Newsweek, he's about to be sponsored by
Tampax! This is a man with a dick! What is happening?
Tampax.
He is.
And apparently,
Who?
based on
Mulvaney?
this Mulvaney guy, according to some of the articles you read about, which is kind of deeply concerning, he's not fully committed.
I can't unhear this now. Thank you.
He's not a true believer because he still has a dangling, which kind of makes it a little bit complicated because he's not fully gone there. Okay.
Patrick, do you realize that every single day on my show, and my team is sitting right there, I have to live on air say the same thing. Could you guys Google it? Does she have a dick? And the fact that I just said that in front of Rudy Giuliani.
No dreaming
Rudy
here.
didn't know what a meme was before this.
I lived in New York City during 9/11. Like, this guy is a true hero, and I apologize for even doing
I
that.
don't know what a meme is, but I know what a dick is.
Oh, man.
Rudy,
Don't worry.
thank you. Good night.
All right. Thank you, everybody. No, I'm just kidding.
You let this descend to this?
You thought you were going to lighten the mood a little bit there.
This is the new politics. This is what politics needs to sound like. This is what politics needs to be like. Fun, entertaining, not boring. So people actually care. MA says the trans activists will love this. Soundbites can easily frame these guys as super bigots now. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. I mean, I just yelled about Dylan Mulvaney. He has a dick, so count me in that crew. I think I'm Mrs. from any film. So I think that in 2024, Trump would be the only one that would go in and just shut down a bunch of the alphabet agencies, FBI, CIA, IRS, DHS, and just burn it all to the ground. That's what I heard in 2016. That's what I heard in 2020. And guess what still exists? The FBI, the CIA, the IRS, the DHS, the FDA. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I hear you. But why do you, at what point do we understand that while Trump is different that he's not, this career politician. At the end of the day, he is playing the game of politics. That's just what it is. He is playing the game of politics. And in order to win that game, you have to lie. You cannot be honest and win. Those are mutually exclusive things. Being honest and being a United States president, at least in the modern era, are mutually exclusive things. Santhropic says, Dylan is a bitch-made dude. Dylan Mulvaney is a bitch-made dude. Come at me. Actually, I'm scared now. I'm not saying he will, but I'm saying he's the only one that would. Fair enough. I definitely, if anybody's going to do it, it will definitely be him. Fair enough. MA said those organizations become acts. Yeah.
Pat, you realize this is where you were supposed to pull out a big machete from under the desk and say which one of you.
Look, I just think both.
Why do you say that on every? Why do you say that on every show?
Because every news story these days is about a former man now dressed as a woman, and we're always trying to figure out, have they gone the full way? So, for example, Rachel Levine, who was a dude, Dick Levine, which is hilarious.
Ooh.
Rachel Levine was Dick Levine. You know that?
Wow.
His name
How
was
appropriate.
Dick. His name was Dick. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. He still has a dick. Yeah. He still has a dick. Yeah.
How do we know that? How do we know?
How do we know the
Can we do
internet?
the picture of his no, I'm just
We know, because if they didn't, then it would be all over social media. And look at what I just did. I got what do they call it? SRS. I got a brand new vaginal cavity. Woo! That's how we would know. Yeah, Nick, unfortunately is the right word there. Unfortunately.
kidding. Don't put the picture up.
No, but every day there is another one of these ridiculous stories where one of these guys dressing as a girl, and then, so it always, to me, it's like, if you're going to actually, Caitlyn Jenner went all the way, supposedly. Caitlyn Jenner, no Wang.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
These are the important political discussions, guys.
That's all I have to say.
Good for her.
I don't
I'm starting to feel pains.
Yeah.
So going back to that, which is a little bit more of an important topic of the alphabet. Oh, excuse me. Agencies. Any films and none of them were assets to Trump. The FBI literally participated in the Russia collusion hoax for 4 years, knowing from the beginning that it was a hoax, falsifying documents, falsifying testimony. Also, Ray Epps, Marjorie Taylor Greene. The problem is that somebody clip it. Somebody clip it. But yeah, I think what Misanthropic was getting at with the with this comment is that the deep state is so much more well established than any one administration. So you're not going to get any one presidential administration that's going to be bigger and more powerful than the entire deep state, because they don't have term limits. They don't have, it's a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream. And I mean, you're absolutely correct with all of this, but even still, because then why, after the Mueller investigation, would he not have disbanded everything? Like, all right, you did what you had to do. I'm good. Y'all are gone. He might be the only one who would, if somebody would, but I don't think anybody could.
The fact that this keeps happening over and over.
By the way, it's crazy. As much as obviously we're joking about this, there's a part of this that's funny and we're having, enjoying this part. There's a part of it that parents are sitting there saying, what the hell are we doing? Like, how the hell is this argument even creating momentum where it's being defended by the media? And how dare you say such a thing about them? Why shouldn't they have the rights and all this other stuff? and I saw a meme the other day. Okay, I know you're again
Wait,
going back to
a
memes.
meme?
Can you just show him a meme so we can
Don't
please?
show me a dick. I
Yeah.
know what
Hey, you know what I want you to do? Rob, do me a favor and go to PBD Podcast Twitter account. You are we didn't know you were a comedian. Mayor Giuliani today brought out the
I wasn't.
comedy side. So go to PBD Podcast Twitter account, and I'm going to text this to you. If you go on Twitter, go to PBD Podcast. I'll text this to you and go find this wonderful meme. It's not that one. Keep going.
Over there?
It's not that one. Keep going. It's the one that says, can you drive a car? Can you do this? It's a day ago. If you can find it, I just texted it to you. There you go. Watch this one here. Okay. Can you drive a car? No. Can you pick your bedtime? No. Can you drink a beer? No. Can you vote? No. Can you cut off sex organs and take hormones? Yes.
Oh my God.
I mean, this is common sense stuff. As much as we're having fun with this this Mulvaney guy. I have a hard time saying his first name because my son is his name. It's a wonderful name. It's kind of confusing me.
And I mean, it's like, do we even really need to, like, how far down this road do we really need to go? Because it's so obvious. It's so obvious that normal people are going to think one thing, and then there's a small group, a very loud small group, who will think something else and dictate to the rest of us what we must think. How? Let's also not forget that a lot of that is a direct rebellion against Trump and MAGA. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
A little bit. So you hear him sitting down with, Drew Barrymore, and she gets on her knees, which is kind of like a little,
If you haven't seen my video on that, go check it out.
weird situation there. But parents are worried. It's concerning, okay?
There should be.
Did you, for a guy like it, did you ever think we're going to get to a point like this where people who kept their dangling are going out there promoting about the fact that they're on the other side?
No, I didn't. There was a candidate for governor of North Carolina, about 10, 12 years ago. So this goes way back, McCrory. He's a great governor, 60% approval rating, running for re-election. And the issue came up about bathrooms. The debate started in North Carolina about what bathrooms to go into. And he was and is a good friend of mine. And I said, that's easy. You just do it based on biology. Well, he took that position. He lost by 10% in North Carolina. I mean, and that was the beginning of what the hell's going wrong? No, I don't completely, I have to admit, I do not completely understand what is going on.
None of us do, Rudy. None of us. Not even the ones who are pushing this stuff. That is one thing you are not alone on, sir.
It seems to me it's obvious. There's a man and a woman. We can figure out who's a man and who's a woman.
How dare you?
And why we're going through all this, I don't know if it's a mass psychosis or it's a deliberate plot to undermine us.
Both. It's both. Remember, we talk all the time about how, in a lot of contexts, whether it's politicians and voters or activists and NPC, bot, whatever you want to call them, it's both. They're both are people pushing this and people getting caught up in the social contagion. Exactly. Mass psychosis is a real thing, but it doesn't come out of nowhere. There are people, look up John Money, that are pushing this stuff. So it's both. Nick says, it's time common sense gets as loud as the small percent of stupid people influencing things these days. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's ever going to happen because most people don't want to have to care about politics to the degree we should be caring about politics today. In the 90s, well, I don't know, I was too young. But if you're older, if you were around in the 90s, tell me if this is wrong. That in the 90s, most people didn't really just talk about politics like that. And there was cultural stuff like music and art and food that you ate and stuff like that, restaurants that you went to, movie, all that stuff. And then separate from that was politics. Now, the political ideology of the left has infiltrated everything. And it's not just the cultural aspects. It's the establishment institutions as well. The medical establishment at large has been infiltrated. That is the only way that these surgeries are happening. Yup.
Maybe it's both.
You know what politician
you
actually
go.
had the best answer on this? It's Donald Trump before he was even a politician when he got asked about this, because you're right, this happened in North Carolina, and then the NBA was going to pull out of the All-Star game and this whole thing. And they asked Trump, when he was still just celebrity apprentice Trump, they said, what do you think about these trans bathrooms? He goes, I'm a builder. I build hotels. You tell me I can build one bathroom? I'm going to save on construction.
There you go. PBD like that one.
There you go.
So Dave Chappelle has an amazing joke on the LGBT. Have you heard his thing on The Closer? It's like they're all in a car ride together, and you got the G's driving because that's the white guy. It's a guy, the G. The L's sitting shotgun, right? And everyone loves the L's, but except for the G's because they're kind of like, I wouldn't wear that, whatever. Then you have the B's. You follow me here, Rudy?
So far.
You're gonna get the B and the B's in the back, just basically like, I'll fuck anyone in this car. I don't care. Right? And then you got the T, and the T is kind of like making the whole ride go way longer than it should take.
Yeah.
For the
Kind of like how you're butchering this joke and it's taking way longer than it should take.
G's, the B's, the L's, because the T is not anything like a G or an L or a B. It's completely different.
The fact that he's trying to tell this joke, like I got you, Ziggs. The fact that not only is he telling a joke and butchering it, because obviously don't tell jokes like that. You just pull up the clip and show him later. But he's telling it to the gay guy to be like, hey, you're gay, right? This is a gay thing.
And there's all different parts going on different ways. So as a G, you're not anything close to T.
Well, first off,
We did not need that whole story. He's not my favorite person.
30% of the alphabet.
I'm only gay starting at 10 p.m. What time is it now? 9:30. Rudy immediately checked his watch. We'll see about that.
Oh man, I almost spit out. I almost spit out my my drink there. So anyone said in the 90s, there was politics, at least for me. But there wasn't this all-out craziness of calling the other party Nazis and fascists and not allowing discussion. Hell, SNL actually made fun of the Clintons. That's the other thing, too, is that you could talk about politics without throwing yourself into a group or a crowd or a tribe. You could make fun of the Clintons without saying, oh, I hate everything the Clintons do. You could make fun of Trump, or, obviously not Trump, but I'm saying you could make fun of the Republican and not be, you have what I'm saying. Not anymore. That world is gone. That world is gone. Never to return.
I did a gay wedding. I mean,
You lived with two gay guys, didn't you?
I did, absolutely.
That's one more gay guy.
Whoa.
One more hour, it's going to be confession time.
They are wonderful parents. They're still married and they're wonderf parents.
But
I signed the first domestic partnership bill in 1994. I've always seen it as a question of human rights, and I guess I'm, to a large extent, a libertarian. Except I realize the need for laws because we got some really evil and dangerous people. By the way, let people live and let live.
If Mayor would have ran in 2016 on his policies that he had when he had ran for president, he's not a mayor. He would be a president today, just so everybody knows. The things you ran on 20 years ago, I may get the dates wrong, whatever the date was when you ran as president, everybody thought you were going to win. Some of the stuff was 15 years ahead of your time. You had some libertarian side. America wasn't ready for it.
Absolutely.
5 years ago, you'd be a president in America if you would have had those policies.
Timing
So
is the key in politics.
this is why I said you
Which
should
is
have
why-
identified as 42.
Why DeSantis needs to run now. is
You're
what
right.
saying.
I mean, I'd like to disagree with that because I am committed to Trump, but I agree with you. There may not be another time. There may not be. You
For Trump or for DeSantis, as you're saying?
think, well, okay, he's a great governor. He'll continue to be a great governor. I imagine that's true. I can't see why he would stop being a great governor if he doesn't get nominated.
Makes sense.
But there may be somebody else that comes along. That's even more impressive.
You sound like a girl on Tinder. You just bagged an 8. Or let's say you bagged a strong 7. He's a little short, but, you know, he could take you out to a nice dinner. He's going to listen to your stories. But there might be somebody better out there.
The flavor of the day or the issues may change. This is the time where, well, for a while he was number 1. Now he's number 2. If you're number 1, 2, or 3, that's your time to run for president. And we can think of a lot of people who missed their time. I can think of one, but me.
I also think that there is something to be said about, you know, a lot of the criticism against DeSantis is, you know, that he doesn't have experience. And it's not unheard of for people to run for president more than once. I mean, historians, I don't know if anybody who has run and lost, then ran and won. I would imagine, because people keep doing it. I don't know. But if DeSantis is to run in 2024 and do well, but still lose, and then throws support behind Trump, who eventually wins, that is I think, a better position for 2028. That's true. Yeah. I mean, but does he really count? Does he really count as a president? Does he really count as winning? Okay. That was not, I'm not even going there. I'm not allowed to say it, but y'all know it.
But
But yeah, what do you guys think about that? Do you think it would hurt or help a 2028 DeSantis run for him to run and not win in 2024?
But no, I think Nelson Rockefeller, who could have been president if he ran at just the right time. I kind of think that Trump would never be president if he didn't run in 2016. That was his time, because they had.
I definitely agree with the notion that timing is huge in politics. I don't know that serves his argument tonight.
Alienated people. I mean, it's the people. I went to New Palestine, when the terrible thing happened there.
New Palestine or East Palestine?
Because I saw them as representative of our people, the people that voted for Trump, the people that voted Republican in 2016, the people who have been not taken seriously, the people who have been rejected, the people who are called deplorable. I actually saw little Petey Buttigieg. Oh man,
I was like,
he actually showed up because I went there and because Trump went there, and we watched him. My colleague Ted and I, we watched him. The mayor who asked me to come and the police chief let him wait for 45 minutes outside and continued the conversation with me about the most irrelevant things. I was there to advise them on how to deal with the crisis because they wanted to just screw him, give him a hard time. But when you went to see him outside, he put himself in a place that he didn't have to be near any of these people, these dirty people, these dirty, hardworking people who mostly are descendants of coal miners. What? And they're not dressed properly, and they're not. And those are the people who put Trump in office, the rejected people. So it may be that isn't there right now, or it may be there, but he ran at exactly the right time. And I think DeSantis is going to run, and I think he probably feels this is it. I mean,
Can we wrap up with one last topic here before we finish it off? Some may take that as an endorsement for DeSantis. That was a wonderful position you took right there, Mayor Giuliani.
It's not an endorsement.
It's a beautiful
realistic
endorsement.
political analysis.
So yeah, I agree with splits here. I don't think, Trump or not, that we are going to get another 4 years of Biden. I just don't see that happening. I don't even think they're trying to make that happen. So that's a good thing. But I hear you. Zig says DeSantis must go now. Why not? Well, because Trump. That's why not.
It's a beautiful thing right there. But okay, so all right, let's go through this. So let me give some stats. And this last part here, this is specifically directed to Mayor Eric Adams. This is directed to London Breed, San Francisco mayor. This is directed to Mayor Brandon Johnson, Chi-Town, Chicago. We're going to give you some statistics, and there's a case study of a guy here who was able to clean up the streets of New York. Let me read some of these
I don't
studies.
think you're going to win.
Between 1993 and 2001, New York City experienced a 66% decline in murders, according to FBI, okay? During that time, you were there. During the same period, there was a 72% decline in shootings, okay? New York City experienced a 56% decline in FBI crime index, 93 to 2001, outpacing 16% decline in national crime index. In addition to the decline in murders, New York saw a 45.7% decline in rape, 67% decline in robberies, 39.6% decline in aggravated assault, 68% decline in burglary, 43% decline in larceny, 73.3% decline in motor vehicle theft. Again, this is according to FBI. In 1993, there was 11,545 major crimes per week. By 2001, that number dropped to 5,072. Over a 7-year period, Mayor Giuliani added 12,000 police officers in New York City. You took it up to 40,000. You're looking at some of the stats today on what's going on. Just yesterday or 2 days ago, the CEO of Cash App, who is in San Francisco. He's living in Miami. He escaped San Francisco. You were talking about earlier. He lives in Miami. He's in San Francisco. He gets stabbed to death, okay? Everybody's coming out saying, well, here's what we're going to be doing. You saw San Francisco said, the mayor, we are prioritizing public safety, in San Francisco after Cash App creator's fatal stabbing. You know how the mayor breathed extremely sympathy to the family and friends of Cash App creator Bob Lee following his fatal stabbing, calling it a horrible tragedy. Tech leaders, including Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk, offered condolences on social media, with Musk calling for
this is a long list.
Stronger action from the city to incarcerate repeat violence offenders. Lee's friend Jake Shields revealed that
shout out to Jake Shields.
Lee had just moved out of San Francisco to Miami because he felt the city was deteriorating. While San Francisco violent crime rate is relatively low compared to other larger cities. Again, this is an insider story. While San Francisco going through that, and then boom, the different numbers that they're going to have, what's going on with San Francisco. So if these guys are watching right now, how would you today, if you are the mayor of San Francisco?
Okay, so all of those boil down to, okay, if he did all of that, and then we got all that in San Francisco. If you were the mayor of San Francisco today,
if you're the mayor of Chicago, you're the mayor of New York, how are you cleaning up the streets in those cities?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit of a strange question, because their political philosophy, their political temperament, is so totally inconsistent with running a safe city. I mean, every one of their
that's a great point. That's a great point. The ideology itself is antithetical to law and order. The ideology itself is antithetical to having a thriving society. Very interesting point. Selvas Gorman says there's another trick they may try to stay in power. Martial law, wartime, which explains why they so badly want to push for war in Russia. Biden can then declare martial law to stop elections. That's scary. I kind of feel like that's one they want to hold on to, because you can only do that once. Because again, now we're talking about setting precedent again, and then I mean, we're warring with countries consistently, so we could always there's always a reason to declare martial law based on what's going on in the world. I'm trying to decide if it makes sense that they would do that for Biden against Trump. That is, I don't know, but that is very scary. Great point, and very, very scary. Any Film says Biden said he was running. He also said that he was running for the Senate, that Kamala was the president, that he had cancer, that his sister was his wife, that Corn Pop was a bad dude, that True Nana Prussia, and what else? That he was in Iraq. I'm pretty sure he said his son was in Iraq. I mean, lies upon lies. Are they lies if you're not sure that you're lying?
Policies makes the city more dangerous. And their allegiance is to the Democrat Party and its left-wing philosophy, not to the people. I know Adams the best. He worked for me for 8 years as a policeman.
Adams.
I don't remember an arrest that he made. And he says the right things. People voted for him in New York because
Don't they all say the right things?
they thought he was among the Democrats,
That Corn Pop
one
was a
who
bad dude.
emphasized law and order. He says all the right things.
I got a
We
hairy
should
leg.
change our bail laws. Of course we should. We shouldn't let people out. Just yesterday, they let out a man who killed his son. They let him out on bail. No bail. They just let him out. The guy's walking around the streets a day after he killed his.
I think, was it today? Really quick, let me check. I think it was today. If not, tomorrow. I have a video coming out about specifically talking about campaign, or not campaign, bail reform. Yeah, I just put it out today. So if you haven't seen it, check that out right after this.
Son, or 2 days after he killed his son. That's insane. That isn't just arguable. It's just insane. It's very much a part of the national Democrat approach to crime.
So basically, PBD asked if Giuliani was in charge of San Francisco today, how would he fix it? And he said, well, that's a complicated question because their ideology, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but their ideology is inherently inconsistent with law and order. And so now he's just railing on Democrats.
The leader of our state legislature said the other day, you're never going to
Exactly, Nick.
reduce
That's what I'm thinking.
crime by incarcerating people. That's actually the only way to reduce crime,
Yep.
particularly with career criminals. So they would have to change their entire. First of all, they have to change their party affiliation. And every time Adams says something, he doesn't go through with it because they throw him out of the Democrat Party if he did. He backs off. So this is every city that has heavy crime. It's a Democrat mayor. Very often it's a Soros DA. Every city you mentioned is a Soros DA put there to let criminals out for the purpose of creating chaos. In fact, all of the DAs that let the rioters go in 2020, and they're now paying them money. They actually pay, in New York, we've paid money to people that were arrested in 2020.
I'm looking for a place to interrupt him to have something to say, but he's just spitting facts right now.
They all have Soros DAs as well.
And more importantly, this is all stuff that if I had heard this, let's say 7 years ago, if I had heard this 7 years ago, I mean, like, what in the F is this a conspiracy theorist talking about? That they're purposely letting criminals out because they want society to crumble? What? And now it's like, pretty much.
And Soros is the biggest contributor to Antifa, the biggest contributor to Black Lives Matter,
Yep.
the biggest contributor to the Democratic Party, the biggest contributor to Biden, and the biggest contributor to these DAs. So it's almost I could be blue in the face and telling them how to reduce crime. They're not going to do it. They would have to resign and put a Republican there who hopefully would say, let me look at a way it was done.
Well, to be fair, the question was, what if you were the mayor? So start from there.
Done before and repeat it. So you would hire a lot more police. We're down to 33,000 police officers.
All right. Now
That's not enough for New York City. They don't prioritize police officers. De Blasio defunded them by $1 billion, and Adams has never put the money back. $1 billion taken out of the police department.
Wait, Eric Adams he said PBD said San Francisco. Are they back talking about New York City? I mean, not that there's huge differences. San Francisco, I would say, is definitely worse at this point, but New York City is right on the same track. But I'm pretty sure Eric Adams is New York City, right?
What do you think happens? Not only that, even if he wanted to hire police officers, they're not going to be New York City police officers. All our police officers escape. If they don't go to Florida, they go to Nassau County, Suffolk County, our suburban counties that pay the police officers more and treat them with a lot more respect. So you would have to have a mayor that created morale in the police department, that the police department trusted not to jeopardize their lives and their careers anytime there was a political controversy.
And even though we don't want to support cops abusing their power, obviously, we want them to be able to use their power. And so the point he's making about morale with inside the just law enforcement in general, I think that's a great point, because I don't know how cops are not completely dejected, the ones that are left specifically in these areas. I don't know how you go to work every day unless you are corrupt, unless you do want to just fuck people over. I can't imagine how you honestly think that you're going out there and making the world a better place in New York City with a uniform and a badge.
You would have to go back to deciding on how you enforce the law based on CompStat. CompStat is a program that I invented with Bill Bratton. It goes back to my days in the Justice Department when I handled FBI statistics, which measures crime and locates it in exactly the places where it's growing. And you move your police based on statistics, based on...
That's racist, though, because even though black people do commit more crimes than any other demographic, and it has way more to do with socioeconomic status, despite the fact that that stat is true, that if we put the police where the crimes are to stop the crimes, that's racist. That makes perfect sense, right? If you don't get it, you're the dumb one. You're the racist.
Real facts.
Didn't make sense, by the way.
Not sentiments, political pressure. So if all of a sudden you see 3 murders in a particular area, you start to move into that area, try to find out why, see if you can find a common cause. You reward your police officers not just for making arrests, but for reducing crime. And you penalize the commanders when crime goes up.
So change incentives.
Yeah,
that's one of the things.
Here's what I thought I did. I changed policing. The best policing up until the time I was mayor is based on how many arrests you made. I reviewed an arrest as a failure. Somebody's already been victimized. Somebody's already been killed. Somebody's already been robbed. Somebody's already been raped.
Interesting.
The real goal is prevent it. So by using the CompStat program, I could measure when you became a commander of a precinct, how much crime you had, each one of the categories you're talking about, and then how much you're reducing it or how much it's going up.
Think about how heavily criticized Giuliani's methods were, even after crime had gone down. I was one of those people. How was I one of those people? Crime is not good. Talking to myself right now. Lutch, crime is not good. So when somebody comes in and creates a place with less crime, if you think that's a bad thing, maybe you should rethink your worldview. Did you do that? Yes. Okay, good.
I promoted you if you were...
MA said, while everyone was worried about police being racist, they militarized and became far more corrupt than what racism alone can produce. Good job, BLM. Definitely better said than I could.
Reduced it. I put you so far away from where you lived, if it went up, that you resigned. I manage by rewarding success, but I define success as reducing crime.
That's very important, by the way. So success to you was reducing crime, not increasing arrests.
Absolutely. I mean, increase arrests only for the purpose of reducing crime.
What's the second? And so
Harley Rose says, Rudy's done some great things in life. That's why he said he earlier doesn't give a damn about his legacy, because he already made his legacy. That's a great point, because when I first heard, when I hear that, again, that's what I want to hear. But instinctually, I'm like, I don't know if I believe you. because it's very easy to say those things. But you're right. He already has made his legacy. Well said. Zig says Rudy is over exaggerating the prison stories, but the homeless story is bad. So you got to use sentences, brother. You got to use sentences.
It's the second data you track as success. So first one is how you reduce crime in your district or in your city.
Yeah. Then you
What's the second one?
The second one is you look at the things that are long-term going to matter. Like if you show me an increase in shootings someplace, I can tell you that 6 months later, you're going to see an increase in murder because it's starting to move toward violence.
Wow, got it.
So work on the shootings. If you start seeing a neighborhood that had no graffiti start to have graffiti, you know that that neighborhood is going to become overridden by gangs eventually. They've actually started to move in already. So go after the graffiti people because they're probably also the gang members.
But it's just property, and it's just, there's insurance and excuses for reasons why people should not be arrested for things that are illegal, that they know are illegal and hurt other people financially or physically.
What?
Such as? I'm not questioning. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just genuinely asking. What is the truth that he's leaving out?
One of the things that de Blasio did that helped to raise crime in New York, this will sound strange, is he stopped arresting the people who were fare beaters.
Why is he? So there's two parts to this, MA. What depends on the graffiti? And how was he dead wrong? And maybe that's the same answer, but he said, what if crime went down because the low-income housing was removed? Okay. I mean, whatever works. I'm not really sure what you are asking by the question. If crime goes down, that's a good thing. I mean, aside from literally, just vigilante sending criminals to the afterlife. Other than that, MA said artistic graffiti has been co-opted by the woke. So maybe he is sort of accidentally right. I used to be a graffiti artist, so I am biased on this one. Yeah. I mean, we're not talking about like Banksy. We're talking about tagging your set and shit.
On the subway. We arrested everybody who was a fare beater. Never had been done before. Turned out that 45% of the people we arrested were dangerous criminals who were wanted. So we got them.
It's a coincidence, I guess.
But we also...
Or maybe... is it people who are going to commit big crimes are more likely to commit smaller crimes first? Or another way to say that is if somebody is committing a smaller crime, they are more likely than those who are committing no crime to commit big crimes. Zig says that system he created target black people with stop and frisk anyone for no reason. Well, was it for no reason or was it for crime? Again, black people do more crime per capita than any other race. It's not targeting black people. It is targeting criminals. The criminals just happen to be black people. And says no graffiti painted on public or private property, public property or private property without permission is artistic. It is vandalism. I'm going to disagree in the sense that it can't be artistic. I don't think art and vandalism are mutually exclusive, but I agree with the sentiment that it shouldn't be allowed.
Solved a serial murder that way because a guy who had never been arrested had killed 2 women. He was on his way to probably killing 10 or 15. He did a turnstile jump. We arrested him. We fingerprinted him. We never would have fingerprinted him if we hadn't arrested him. And then his fingerprint showed up on the purse of the 3rd woman that he killed. So we stopped him after 3. We have a bunch of those that easily could have been serial murders that used to afflict New York in the past. You got to look for the secondary characteristics that predict that you're going to have more crime.
Here we go with the more racism, accusations. All right.
The other way they describe that is the broken windows theory. But when they say the broken windows theory, it sounds like something silly, like, you enforce.
Okay, but anti-establishmentarianism is still having to do with laws, and so if you're trying to be anti-establishment by breaking laws, you're still breaking laws.
Of people who are spitting on the sidewalk, or no, you look at what would be minor crimes that are indicia of a neighborhood starting to turn to much more dangerous crime, and you do enforcement of that and cut it out at an early stage. And a lot of it is study and hard work and prediction and statistics. I never would have been able to reduce crime the way I did 30 years earlier without the computer, because we never would.
Guys, you do not have to convince me that cops are not good people. This is far from my position. I am not in any way a fucking bootlicker. But the fact is, when people commit crimes, I have nothing to do with that. If they are committing crimes and they get caught, you got caught. Do better. Do better at crime then. I don't know what the fuck you want me to say.
Would have been able to analyze the statistics faster.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If it is true, which it is, that that people who commit crimes, specifically in New York City, happen to more often be black, then what laws can we have that won't put more black people, get more black people arrested, black people in jail? What are the laws that we can have then?
Enough to turn them around and use them to act.
That's so weird, because we have better predictive analytics technology today, better data, better,
we
faster,
should be better
and
at it.
everybody. We should be better
Absolutely.
at this.
100% better at it. Instead,
But because people call it racist, they would rather just society fall into oblivion. How's that working out?
most of our politicians, particularly Democrats, engage in propaganda about crime. Like, how about this? A cop got shot the other day. Adams shows up and says, "We've got to get the guns off the street. We've got to enforce. We've got to have stronger gun control laws." Now, Adams was a cop. What by nature? What is a criminal? A criminal is a person whose behavior can't be controlled. Because if his behavior could be controlled, he wouldn't have shot somebody. So a criminal is not going to listen or obey the gun control laws. Neither is a madman. So gun control might be good or bad. It has nothing to do with reducing crime. Bad. Because criminals don't respond to controls. They're uncontrollable. That's by nature. And the more dangerous they are, the more uncontrollable they are. So it's a fantasy world to think that gun control, which may be good to reduce suicides or accidental murders, has anything to do with crime.
I'll give him that. It would definitely would. No, I don't. I'm not even going to give him that. Any Film says, I went to New York a few times as a kid pre-Giuliani and a few times later in life post-Giuliani, and it was a tremendous difference. I felt much safer after Giuliani. Well, that's because you're a racist. It's your white privilege. Of course you felt better because there was no black people around, because Giuliani just locked him up and put him in jail. Duh. Don't you get it? There's really people who walk around thinking like that. Misanthropic Ultra says, top-down enforcement of the law would be refreshing. 90% of politicians would be sharing cells with common thugs. You be more visible with police. That is not a sentence. You can't just stop and frisk. Look, he did a good job, but was controversial and can't be encouraged. Otherwise, you will get martial law. Well, Do we have martial law? Did we get martial law? Is he still the mayor? And how is crime now? All parts of that argument debunked. Mask off moment there. Maybe good to reduce. I don't know what you mean. How's that a mask off moment? I don't think anybody would argue that if there were 0 guns, then all of the accidental shootings would disappear. That's not a reason. I mean, the same thing would happen with cars. If you took away all cars, there would be no car accidents. What's the mask off moment?
Want to go debate it based on it's safer. You should have some of these controls because of the accidental murders that take place. But you're not going to, you could have all the gun control in the world, which they have in Chicago, which they have in New York, and you can have a massive number of murders.
Pat, if I could just add one other thing, because I researched for my last book this very question, and my answer, I basically wrote a chapter about you. The first thing that the mayor did, and correct me if I'm wrong, I grew up in Long Island, so we had to come through the Midtown Tunnel to get into the city. My grandparents lived in the city. The first thing that he did, basically, we had all those guys that were standing outside the Midtown Tunnel.
Really? I have to go look at the news. What is it that you think that I'm unaware of, Ziggs? What is it that you think I'm unaware of? Like nothing. I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. You're just wrong. If you said it, you will get martial law. He already did stop and frisk, and we didn't get martial law. So what is the news going to tell me? That we did have martial law and I just missed it? I said, is there a gun law that would have prevented the hunter that nearly blasted himself in the face? No. That would be common sense and gun safety training. Oh, I'm familiar. I'm familiar, brother. Like, I'm 35 years old. I mean, this isn't like news to me.
And they were washing your windows with dirty water, and it set a tone for.
Actually, no. This is important.
If I'm wrong, answer. I basically wrote a chapter about you. The first thing that the mayor did, and correct me if I'm wrong, I grew up in Long Island, so we had to come through the Midtown Tunnel to get into the city. My grandparents lived in the city. The first thing that he did, basically, we had all those guys that were standing outside the Midtown Tunnel, and they were washing your windows with dirty water. And it set a tone for when you got into the city. So the suburban people would come into the city. The first thing that would happen, they were basically accosted by some version of homeless people or whatever it might be. He immediately got rid of those people, then started cleaning up Times Square. And then suddenly all the other people that lived in the other boroughs started coming in and realizing, oh, it's kind of clean here. And then people, it's what's happening here in Florida. You start modeling something good. And then people, because people are waiting for a model all the time. They don't just do it on their own. But you start getting rid of the people that are just annoying everybody and bothering everybody and making things dirty and uncomfortable. And next thing you know, everyone else starts, to quote Jordan Peterson, standing up with their shoulders back, right? And that actually is what happened. And then we had 20 incredible years. I was there for virtually, I was there for all of your mayorship.
And Kelly carried.
So Zig says, if you feel that is okay, then we have a difference of opinion. What is that? What exactly are we talking about? Because we're talking about a lot here. So do I feel that it's okay that crime went down? Yes. Do I feel that it's okay that people who are doing crimes proportionately are of a particular race? I don't really feel that anybody doing crime is okay. So no, I don't feel that is okay. Do I feel that it's okay to, again, lock up people who are doing crime? Yes. So, I mean, fair enough. I mean, that's good if we have a different opinion. We can talk about it more. We can definitely go in the Discord server and talk about it, where you can actually, you don't have to, you're not stuck to your fingers, but that's okay. Yeah. I mean, did it work? Then we good.
Carried it on and improved it.
Tom, your thoughts when you're hearing this? How are you processing what he just said right now?
Well, I have some firsthand experience with San Francisco. A chapter in my career, I lived in East Bay. I took BART from Castro Valley to Embarcadero and Montgomery Station. There's 2 stations right there. And I worked at 525 Market. And everything Soma, south of Market, today you hear about all these issues. And I've seen it. So I've seen San Francisco before and after.
It's like this again, indie film. It is like this again.
And I want to know, do you think, Rudy, that there's also got to be some faith in the voters? The voters in San Francisco recalled the district attorney about a year ago. Now, have they got a better district attorney? We're about to find out, because it's coming to a head. You also have commercial space right now. Occupancy and pricing and commercial real estate space is dropping in San Francisco. And it's not COVID and it's not the recession. It's that San Francisco now freaking sucks. And nobody wants to put their business there and put their people there. And now we've lost a leader from one of the pillars of San Francisco, which is the tech industry. And so is there some faith that you can put in the voters? Can the voters turn the tide? They recalled the DA. The mayor is been tenuous popularity right now, the mayor, which is about to go sideways because a week ago, no, not even a week. It was 4 days. 4 days before the...
Let him answer the question. Can we put faith in the voters? Yes, of course. We have to, because those are the people who vote. The problem is getting those people interested enough that we can have faith in the average voter. And I said, I also lived in the Bay Area in Oakland before it got super woke. It was dope. Oakland specifically had a West Coast Harlem vibe. Interesting.
Murder, the mayor punts. Now, I think we all read about San Francisco that they've decriminalized drug use. You can actually use needles. You can be right there on the street and they will not arrest them. Well, now the mayor has got such issues going on with families leaving, businesses leaving, commercial real estate vacancy, had all these things, kind of cries uncle and asks for federal dollars to help with the drug problem in San Francisco. What do you mean drug problem in San Francisco? You're handing out needles and it got worse. What a shock. I gave whiskey and car keys to my son and I wrecked the car. I'm so surprised, right? Why are you surprised? And now you're crying for federal dollars. That this is true. I'm not exaggerating this, saying we're overrun, the problem's overrun, and we have so many vacancies for law enforcement, we can't fill them. Of course, because they don't want to. Why do you want to be? I'll be a California highway patrolman in Central State. Why would I say, instead of doing that, I'm going to take a job in San Francisco where there's no bullets in my gun, right?
Good point. Chibi says, I was pointing out that displacing people, quote, hurt other people financially and physically. I was quoting the portion of your condescending whine that I could understand. Well, if you didn't understand what I said, then maybe responding to it is not the best way to go. But let's continue. Side query, why is race an issue? I don't know. Ask the people who are always fucking talking about it. So I was pointing out that displacing people hurt other people financially and physically. So are you saying you're good? You're good. You're good. I'm a big boy. Are you saying? So let's go back. Let's go back to So what if crime went down because the low income housing was removed? Meaning it hurt other people financially and physically. I still don't see like the issue. The problem is if there would be no need to remove these low income housing if it didn't come with all the crime that it came with. So pulling people together who are more likely to do crime, regardless of race, I don't even know what that means. Like, why is race an issue? Again, ask the people who are always talking about race this and black this and white that and oppress this and whatever. If you congregate a bunch of people who are more likely to do a certain thing, and then that thing happens that hurts other people financially and physically, then then I'm not sure I understand the question. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm dumb and ignorant, but I don't understand the question. Race is coming up because stop and frisk / profiling was racially charged controversy. Isn't everything? Harley says stop and frisk was a signature policy of the Bloomberg administration. Oh, that's right. Over 97% of all stops that occurred from 2003 to 2021 took place during his time in office. I mean, I think the other side of that argument, to play devil's advocate, would be that he was just continuing what Giuliani put in. But I mean, I don't. I mean, so what is the alternative? Because clearly, doing away with those types of policies has made things worse. So what is the alternative plan that you've put forward to make things better without any of the things that you think are bad? I'm open to it. And if you could just, if you can say this, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, fuck stop and frisk. That's terrible. That's horrible. I was wrong about that 100%. But until then, I mean, if it works, it worked. Hey, we got Daniel Kreitz in the building. Welcome to the party. We are just finishing up here with Rudy Giuliani and Dave Rubin talking about the state of the GOP and going for Trump or DeSantis, respectively. Welcome to the party. Anthropogulchio says the history of low-income housing planning is depressing. No one has come up with a decent model. Everything tried makes things worse. That's more than I knew when the question was asked. So I think that kind of goes to what I was saying.
Yeah, I'm just supposed to show it and scare people. You sit there and you look at this. So I look at it and I say, is there a moment where we, the people, can kind of stand up and demand change? They've recalled the DA, but is there a tide? Because you're talking about a smart person yourself with support from the mayor's office and from we, the people, and you're able to implement the things you're talking about. If it wasn't the case, you wouldn't have been there long. If they said, oh, no, this is too terrible. This is bad. You're being hard on youth, all those things, and the BS that goes with that. Do you think there's a tide that can turn in San Francisco where the citizenry, even though they are very liberal on social matters, look around at the crime and what's happened to their city? They've recalled the DA. Do you think there's a point where the people can say enough and can start voting in favor of being against the people that are getting support from Soros?
What do you think, Mayor?
I hate to say it. I don't know. It was true 30 years ago. When I got elected, some other people got elected. People just were tired of the crime but you look at Chicago the other day.
Just thinking about this again real quick. Don't worry, I whine a lot, so stick around. You'll hear it.
Never should have happened in Chicago. I don't know. I don't know if the will is there or there's been such a change in the attitude. I'm not talking about America now. I'm talking about cities. I mean, there was an article today or yesterday basically saying San Francisco has passed the turning point and it's gone.
Yup.
It's a very fatalistic attitude. I hate that. I mean, I'm always
I do too. I try to stay optimistic about all of this stuff. But like he said, when he was asked what he would do, these people have an ideological push towards behavior that doesn't lead to a flourishing society. They don't have the mind for it. They don't want what will help their society. Harley said Rudy didn't invent stop and frisk. It actually started in Detroit in the 60s. The Supreme Court supported it. I'll stick with MA. Thank you very much. Our resident fact checker, Harley Rose.
Optimist. But so I would say, sure, there's a chance if you elect an independent person, a very strong person, and a person doesn't mind getting criticized and evaluates themselves, on honest principles. And there are people like that, and occasionally you can vote for someone like that, but they're not the usual person that runs for office. You get that person, particularly a mayor. A mayor in New York, in particular, has great power,
Facts.
for good or bad. More power in a way in your little domain than the president has to change things. So yeah, I mean, if next time we elect the right person for mayor, you could turn around New York. I think. I'm not sure the San Francisco's too far gone.
I hate to tell you, San Francisco doesn't need Harvey Dent. It needs Batman. That's the situation.
It may be too far gone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay,
I think
well-
Chicago's too far gone. I think they just indicated that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Detroit, I mean, has anything improved in Detroit in the last 20 years?
By the way, I have the stats for the cities. When you go through the cities with the biggest crime and you look at top 20, I have it somewhere around here when we were going through it. I think, what was it? 27 out of 30 top cities in America are ran by Democratic mayors. So when you're going back and I asked the question from you, and the first thing you said is,
can y'all see this? Look at this. This is a city number of I think I could say and then sides, and then per 100,000 population. All, and then they're listed in order of by the so like they're what's the word? Come on. Not the actual number, the not the percentage, you know what I mean. Per capita. There you go. So we got New Orleans, Baltimore, Birmingham, St. Louis, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Rochester, Philly, Atlanta, Kansas City, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, Oakland, Cincinnati, Chicago, Louisville, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Minneapolis, Dallas, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee, and Durham, North Carolina. Down, and the first Republican city is Lexington, Kentucky, with 7.1 out of every 100,000 to the top 36.8. Everything. I mean, besides this one, which is 7.1, everything with 7 or that's not a thing that I can do. 7 or above is all Democratic, and then the rest of the cities, aside from Lexington and Jacksonville, are all Democrat, except for Las Vegas, which is, I mean, it's Vegas.
I don't know if the question is right because it's about politics. You're making me think about the fact that it depends on where their policies lie for them to execute the right thing. But here's one thing I would say for the person that's watching this, okay? We had a person that we're talking about, hey, my kids are going to the school, you know, what do I do about it? I said, listen, there's different levels of parenting. There's those parents that are oblivious of what's going on in school. Like they just don't give a shit. They don't pay attention. Like, whatever. Then there's those parents that they know what's going on. They bitch and complain. They're not happy about it, but they just talk. They don't do anything. Then the third level of people is the people that say, I know what's going on. I care about it. And I'm going to run for board because there's only a 5% turnout. I'm going to go and do something about it. Then the fourth step is, hey, I have tried. I did try to do something. Other parents were not for it. I've decided to, you know, move to a different state. Okay. Then the other option is I'm going to do homeschooling or I'm going to put them in private school if you can afford it, right? There's certain things to it.
Homeschool your children. Homeschool your children. Do not send them into these woke hellscapes. They will come back hating you. Homeschool your children. Especially now, depending on where you live, there are services where you can just kind of be like, hey, I'm looking for a homeschool. I don't want to like teach my own kid. I got to work. But like, can we set up a thing? And you will pay into something that hires a proctor or teacher. And it will be just like a classroom. Maybe you have to host the class once a month or something. And they get a regular education from a real teacher, but not in public schools.
If somebody is watching this and you're saying, I wish my mayor in my city would do
Do you know the BT Bam song? Yes or no?
this is my suggestion to you.
If you don't know
this
what I mean,
part of the
no.
podcast that we just had, we're going to put a clip to it, right? With what mayor's suggestion was. I would share this part with as many people in your city as possible, including with your mayor and the people in the office, and say, hey, here's a case study of a guy in the last 50 years that was able to do it better than anybody else. I don't want to leave my city. I love my city. Why don't we set aside the politics, whether you like this man or not? He did something in a city that cleaned up the streets. You and I were having lunch at this restaurant over here in Angelo's, and the owner was there, and he came up. I can't even tell you how the reaction was. We're sitting there, and all of a sudden he's like, Tom, you remember this? He comes in and he says, Mayor Giuliani, I have to tell you, you are my hero. I am Italian. I grew up in the streets. I remember how you cleaned up the streets. We felt safer. Kids, myself, everybody. You are my hero. He's saying this to him while we're sitting having regular lunch together. And a lot of other people feel that way as well. So my suggestion, whatever city you're in, San Francisco, LA, Baltimore, Chi-Town, whatever it is, share this part of the message. And maybe you can be the voice, the leader to help that city get some good ideas there. Again, how many guys love today's podcast, by the way? Okay. For those of you guys that are watching out there, we wish you were here with us. We got some complaints.
All right. So nobody noticed. I was like, you know what? I missed the other day. I missed you guys. I'm having fun. We're doing it. We're partying. So I was like, F that. We are not splitting this up. We're not going to the cliffs. We are going to watch the whole thing. And 5 hours later, we done did it. Thank you, guys. So, I mean, there was a lot here. And I think, obviously Giuliani is hard in Trump's camp. Rubin seems like he's more just generally, supporting DeSantis because of, normal political reasons. The question then we have to ask is, who did Rudy Giuliani, knowing his biases towards Trump, make a strong enough argument that at this point, on April 8th of 2023, for those who watch in the future, did he make a convincing argument that supersedes that bias that Trump would be better? Or did, with what very little Rubin said, did he say enough to either A, bring in enough question about how well Trump can do, and or B, make a compelling enough argument for DeSantis? For me, I think a lot of the things that Giuliani said were true or could be true. But I think his confidence in the things that he was saying were a little bit too high. I think he is a lot more sure than he should be. And then when it comes to Rubin, I mean, again, I'm not super impressed by him in general, but he did bring up a lot of good points. He brought up the aspect of, bring in new voters. He kind of, I guess I kind of debunked the whole never done it before thing. I don't know. So one last poll. Yeah. So I mean, the other two guys were just part of the Valuetainment crew. So it was just like, it's PBD's the host, and then Giuliani and Rubin were the guests, and then the other two guys were just there as co-hosts. So we're going to do, I'm going to read some of these comments, but let's do one last poll. And how do I want to phrase this? So if you knew nothing else, if this is the only thing you would ever watch about the 2024 election, with nothing else, that's what I mean by nothing else, with nothing else, if you had to vote right now, who would you vote for? You had to vote right now. All right. So let's get some of these comments, and you guys hit that poll. Please, if you have not already, please like the stream. Thank you, Harley. Miss Anthropic Ultra says GOP needs to go. Don't mind throwing the Rudy baby out with the bathwater. Agreed. To Be Artistry says the government took my family's property, project adjacent, with eminent domain. They didn't fully compensate us for the value. We had 5 lots. It split up. It split up our family and destroyed the network of support. That's terrible. I'm really sorry that happened to you. I don't, I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't have too much, without knowing too much. That's obviously very shitty, and I don't think that I'm not a fan of eminent domain in general. But yeah, your argument is making a little bit more sense to me, and yeah, I'm sorry you went through that. Indian Film says, I feel like Giuliani feels the way many Trump supporters feel. Would love to see Trump back in Trump 2, The Revenge, but nobody's gonna cry if DeSantis is the nominee. Yeah, he said, I'm starting a revolution. And so we have 75% of you. Anybody else? Last votes. Let them in now. Only half of you have voted. But I would go with DeSantis right now. But I'm very I would be very easily where's that? I agree to Indie Film. I say right now, so there's 4 votes, so that would push it up to what? I don't know. I'm just gonna leave myself out of it, but I would say DeSantis right now. But there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. There's a lot that I need to see. There's a lot that needs to be done before I am ready to say this is my guy, that's my guy. There's still time for me to say I'm not even going with the Republican Party. I probably will. But I'm saying that is definitely a possibility. So I want to thank you guys so much for sticking around for 5 hours. 5 hours we were here. And, I didn't get a chance to hang out with you guys on Wednesday. So after I did the poll, I was like, you know what, let's ride this out. Let's give the people what they want. More of this beautiful mug. That's a joke for Harley. As always, so let's see. Harley says, there is a right way to do eminent domain, and it does have its importance. But many leaders don't do it properly, and it ends up hurting communities instead of building them. Well said. Well said. The songs and daughters of mostly Democrats like to drink $10 lattes and rent $30,000 apartments once it's a historic area like that. Yep. But I mean, again, it begs the question, why then are these places being chosen? And it's deeper than just racism. That's really as far as I'm willing to get into it on this stream, because it's a whole other conversation. But it does hurt people. And so thank you very much for hanging out with me, guys. I'm sorry that I missed Wednesday's party. Hopefully I made it up to you with this one. If not, I'm gonna try again on Monday. And you guys are awesome, especially big shout out to the sponsor of the stream, Indie Film. Also, shout out to Harley Rose, our resident fact checker, and of course, he's probably gone to bed by now, but Dan Jensen never stops by without dropping a little support. Guys, it means the world to me when you do that. It means the world to me. I know that, it's YouTube, it's free, it's all that good stuff, but this is, what I want to do, not just with my life, but with our country. I genuinely believe, and until somebody shuts me down, I genuinely believe that I can fix that bridge of discourse. I can't do it alone, but I absolutely can do it with your help. And so you guys showing up, you guys commenting, you guys challenging me, you guys, making sure I stay sharp. And on top of all that, monetarily supporting me is huge. So thank you. The party's not over, guys. The party is not over. We are heading over to Discord right now. can't promise I'm going to stay for too long because we've been here for 5 hours, but I am definitely going to chat with you. Anything that you've got to say, I am there to listen. Head on over. If one of the mods could drop the link, I would be very appreciative. But yeah, I really enjoyed this, guys. So thank you again for hanging out with me. This has been my co-host, Marty. Very appreciative of all the snacks. I'm your host, Lutch, a.k.a. The Indian Jesus. Once again, thank you for hanging out with me. Catch me live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and I drop short videos every single day. Every single day. You don't need a notification? Trust me, it's going to be there. I should have ended it there. I don't have anything better to say. Thank you so much, guys. Until next time, me and Morty, we are out of here. Peace.